Lasu, and we are proud. We are Lasu, and we are There's a citadel founded with great vision, where character and learning is the mission. It's a fountain for all who thirst for knowledge, the human race unto flesh. Shine with your light, our great citadel, in truth and service, in truth and service. Lagos State University, let's all shine for humanity. Together, lift higher banner, joining hands, every tongue together, in radiance, in every heart. We are Lasu, and we are proud. We are Lasu, and we are There's a citadel founded with great vision, where character and learning is the mission. It's a fountain for all who thirst for knowledge, the human race unto flesh. Shine with your light, our great citadel, in truth and service, in truth and service. Lagos State University, let's all shine for humanity. Together, lift higher banner, joining hands, every tongue together, in radiance, in every heart. We are Lasu, and we are proud. We are Lasu, and we are There's a citadel founded with great vision, where character and learning is the mission. It's a fountain for all who thirst for knowledge, the human race unto flesh. Shine with your light, our great citadel, in truth and service, in truth and service. Lagos State University, let's all shine for humanity. Together, lift higher banner, joining hands, every tongue together, in radiance, in every heart. We are Lasu, and we are proud. We are Lasu, and we are There's a citadel founded with great vision, where character and learning and we come together in radiance and in every God. We are Lasu and we are proud. We are Lasu and we are
So immediately, àwọn èèyàn ti ń join. People are already.
Àwọn èèyàn ti ń join. Gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ là ń gbọ́. Gbogbo ẹ̀ là ń gbọ́. Gbogbo ẹ̀ là ń gbọ́ o. Tóyìn ẹni kó mọ̀ nǹkan ló wà nǹkan náà tó rẹ́rìn yẹn. Òun kọ́ ó jọ ni.
Lasu and we are proud. We are Lasu. a fountain for all who thirst for knowledge. The human race unto flesh. Shine with your light, our great citadel, in truth and service, in truth and service. Lagos State University, let's all shine for humanity. Together, lift higher banner, joining hands, every tongue together, in radiance, and in every heart. We are Lasu, and we are proud. We are Lasu, and we are There's a citadel founded with great vision, where character learning is the mission. It's a fountain for all who thirst for knowledge. The human race unto flesh. Shine with your light, our great citadel, in truth and service, in truth and service. Lagos State University, let's all shine for humanity. Together, lift higher banner, joining hands, every tongue together, in radiance, and in every heart. We are Lasu, and we are proud. We are Lasu, and we are There's a citadel founded with great vision, where character learning is the mission. It's a fountain for all who thirst for knowledge. The human race unto flesh. Shine with your light, our great citadel.
Welcome everyone to the Faculty of Science International Conference 2020. Without wasting our time, we'll be starting with the national anthem. And of course, the Lagos State University anthem. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
It's a fountain for all who thirst for knowledge, the human resort to flesh. Shine with your light, our great citadel, in truth and service, in truth and service. Lagos State University, let's all shine for humanity. Together, lift our banner, join in us, every tongue together, in radiance, in every hour. We are Lasu, and we are proud. We are Lasu, and we are.
Yes, we thank you for being with us. I remain enjoying Abdulaziz. And without wasting time, I would like to call on the LOC chairman, and that is no other person than our distinguished Professor Shehu Akintola, to take over from me. You are most welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anjorin, for beautifully starting off the program, of course, with the national anthem and our very ever proud anthem, the Lasu anthem. My duty this morning is just to greet everyone present, and of course, those who will join later. Yes, this is to welcome us. I mean, greetings from all over the world. As mentioned earlier, Akintola Shehu Latunji, the chairman, local organizing committee. Yes, it is with great delight that I greet the great scientists, academics, young researchers, industry players, administrators who are participating at this 7th biannual Faculty of Science International Conference, Fosic 2020, taking place from today, 2nd December to 4th December at the Faculty of Science, Lagos State University. It is good morning here from Lasu, and whatever time is over there, you are greeted with warmth. The theme for this conference is Science and Technology in Combating Current and Future Global Challenges. Yes, why? The world all over is being ravaged by COVID, and in spite of this, the world is faced with other challenges. So what we are offering is for us to provide an insight to how scientists across the world are making efforts to make us overcome these challenges. It offers an avenue with immense opportunity for scholars all over the world to come together to discuss science. If you enjoy science, this is the right place to be, because science speaks the global truth. It is time for us in the next 3-4 days, we'll be exchanging ideas, checking theories that have worked, theories that need to be changed, and the future as to solving many of the human challenges. So this is the right place for us to be and a forum for us to participate. We are presenting 9 sub-themes which cost across the sub-domain of Faculty of Science, from botany, fisheries, computer science, microbiology, all have attracted sub-themes. So we are having 9 of such from today to the 4th of December. The abstracts that have been submitted cut across 69 from biological, chemical 4, and physical 51. These were abstracts submitted across the globe. From Africa, we have representation from Egypt, from Ghana, South Africa. From Europe, we have Germany, we have Russia. From America, continent and subcontinent, we have the Canada, we have from the USA, we have from Peru. And from the Asia, we have abstracts from Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand. At this moment, we have 252 registered participants, and we are still counting. This is quite unprecedented. Now, I must just give us a brief background on the highlights of what we have done as a team, the local organizing committee. This committee was given birth to when the COVID pandemic was at highest level, biting the country. And we also have the public universities which are shut down because of strike. We are offering for the first time a free international conference within our domain here. This crop of team members have made donations from computer, funds, and serious time to make sure we get to where we are today. For the first time, we are able to run a conference management system. This is the first, and I'm sure the Vice Chancellor will be glad to hear this. The last time we used EasyChair, which we have to pay for. This homegrown one allows the complete process of manuscript submission, blind review, and among others. Everything has been done, developed in-house here in the Faculty of Science by the great technical team. We have also demonstrated the uncommon spirit which Lagos State is known with, the spirit of resilience, team spirits, the willpower, and of course, selflessness to public causes. I cannot trade this thing for anything. And with this crop of team, I'm sure that the future is bright for the country. I want to express my gratitude to tens of participants, some joining, some to join later, presenters, international scholars. I also want to thank those who will serve the role as keynote speaker, invited speakers, and the hosts of others. The Vice Chancellor, sir, our own dynamic, progressive Vice Chancellor. This is the Faculty of Science way of commencing and celebrating your legacy, your excellent performance as the Vice Chancellor. Professor Olarewaju Adigunfagbon, SAN, a man who has broken almost all the records. And His Excellency, Dr. K.O. Hamzat, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, for accepting to be the chairman of this occasion, and will be sharing with us the experience of Lagos State in flattening the curve. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave you with what we now more or less refer to as the Lasu motto. We are Lasu, we are proud. So I have the honor to, if the Dean is ready, the Dean of Science. Oh, yes, I'm seeing my Dean elegantly seated in our office. Okay.
Yes.
The Deputy, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor has joined us, but the Dean will do all of these things. Dima.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. The chairman of Fosic 2020. At this right junction, I want to welcome everybody, which is my role. So with gratitude and a grateful heart, we give all the glory to God for making it possible for us to hold another Faculty of Science International Conference, Fosic 2020. At this junction, I want to welcome the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, who is the Deputy Governor to the Faculty of Science International Conference, who was my boss over 20 years ago when I was on sabbatical at Lagos State Ministry of Science and Tech. I want to say thank you very much, sir, for honoring us and for being part of this lecture. You have even called me early this morning to know when you will be joining. I want to say thank you. We really appreciate it as a faculty, and I want to say thank you. And at the same time, I want to thank my visionary and my dynamic Vice Chancellor. Without him, I'm sure the conference will not hold. He has to approve this, and that's why we are here. I want to say thank you very much, sir, Professor Olarewaju Adigunfagbon, PhD, SAN, MPOM, and one of the best we can talk about. I want to say thank you very much for everything you have done for the faculty. And at the same time, welcome all the management members. I know my DVC admin is around, who is one of us, Professor Damola Oke. You are welcome. Then Professor Elias Wahab, DVC of ACAD. I know you are there too. The registrar, Mr. Amuni, and at the same time, the librarian. They are the management of the university. I welcome all of you to this Faculty of Science conference. And I welcome our erudite professors in the faculty, which I know most of you are there, and all members of Faculty of Science. You are all welcome to this Faculty of Science International Conference. This will be the 7th edition. And if we notice, this is the first time we are going to have a virtual Faculty of Science Conference 2020. The global health crisis, which is the COVID-19, has taught us to look at a new norm of life and a new way of solving challenges. And since we are scientists, and we know that we have to have this virtually. And this is the first time in the faculty, and this is the 7th edition of Faculty of Science International Conference. The 6th edition was held 2 years ago. I was the chairman of the Faculty of Science International Conference then. When it was renamed, it was formerly Faculty of Science. At this junction, I want to welcome all the participants that this conference will be one of the best you will ever attend this year. The theme is solving the challenges, the current and future global challenges. That is the theme. And I know as scientists and technologists, we have a lot to do to solve the current challenges, COVID-19, and even if there is another challenges, there are ways of solving it. We will be doing that. So I welcome all made us to be the second best university in Nigeria, and then even in the world, if I have to say that, that is Lagos State University. At this junction, I will say thank you very much for coming. I enjoyed the splendor of Lagos State and enjoyed the uniqueness of Lagos State University. Thank you, you are all welcome. Chairman, LOC, I'm done.
Thank you, the Dean's Ma, for a beautiful, eloquent welcome speech. That's the way, when a lady is the head of a faculty. That smooth voice will calm the nerves, for which scientists are known to talk over issues. It is my pleasure to welcome the next person who has, on his own, he needs no introduction. A man who has made public service look so simple. A man who has served with honor and with lot of legacy. Our own, our beloved, our award winner, the Vice Chancellor of the Lagos State University, Professor Fatbohun Adigun Olariwaju. You are welcome, sir. Please.
Thank
the
you.
Vice Chancellor. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair LOC. Let me apologize that I'm not putting on my camera. I am just trying to manage my connectivity because it's fluctuating. So that's why you are not seeing me. Let me start by welcoming our own dear Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, an engineer of repute, an accomplished academic and technocrat. We are deeply excited to have you here with us this morning, both as the special guests and as the chair of this event. I can see that the way your schedule is, you are actually in the car, still trying to be a part of this event with us. We thank you for consistently showing so much passion for our great institution, and we feel so honored to have you here. Chairman LOC, I hope I'm audible. I hope you can hear me. Okay. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Members of management here present, the Amazon herself, the Dean of Science, Professor Adenike Boyo, thank you for blazing so much trail at different fronts. I want to thank you and your very esteemed team for creating the opportunity for us to have this event. The keynote speaker, my own dear brother, Professor Salako, NIMR, and then the lecturers and other plenary session presenters. I can see Dr. Motayo, Professor Kapo, and Professor Barika as those already listed to be a part of this conversation this morning. Let me also recognize the presence of a former acting vice chancellor of our institution, Professor Olatunji Bello. I welcome you all, respected colleagues from the faculty and other faculties, and our dear participants. I am extremely delighted to welcome all of you to this Faculty of Science International Conference with the theme, the role of science and technology in combating current and future global challenges. Let me say this. When the chairman of the LOC got in touch with me and informed me that he certainly would want me to be able to attend this, I had my fears. And the reason is very simple. Distinguished Professor Martin Zanateka, I recognize you, sir. One of the reasons why I had my fears is I do know that I will also be attending the meeting of Association of Vice Chancellors in Abuja, which is scheduled for the same time. As a matter of fact, that meeting is ongoing as I'm addressing this great and distinguished audience. But there are 4 different reasons why I felt I must be here to make my comments and some remarks. And these 4 reasons are very critical that I feel that I would rather want to just make them personally myself. The first one is what I've noted earlier, that I do know the heavy schedule of the deputy governor, yet he has made out time to be with us here, and he's been showing so much passion to our institution. The second reason is the choice of the deputy governor as the chairman of this event, I am sure is not lost on all of us. He has once served as the Honorable Commissioner for Science and Technology, and that was mentioned by the Dean when she was speaking. So the deputy governor certainly will be bringing practical perspectives of what he has experienced and what will be the things that we should be looking at when we talk of the town and the gown collaborating and working together. He will be able to bring these practical perspectives to us, which I believe will be enormous. A third thing is that when you look at the critical component of the themes agenda that is driving the commitment of the current administration to a greater Lagos, you will see that education and technology, they occupy a place of pride. So I believe that naturally, the deputy governor is in good position to offer us the insights of an insider into how participants at this event can continue to key into that agenda. And then finally, when we look at the vision that we are piloting for our institution as an entrepreneurial Lagos State University, it requires a transformative partnership that is committed to driving innovation and sustaining a science and technology-based economy. So this event offers a platform for that transformative partnership. So I feel very proud of what the Faculty of Science is doing this morning. I do recall that about 3 weeks ago, I was the guest speaker at as a University of Pittsburgh event. And 2 things I identified: that the time to rethink the future of collaboration and partnership in higher education is now. Secondly, that universities matter, not because of the buildings, but because they serve as global networks for the production and exchange of skills and ideas. That is why universities matter. So that the Faculty of Science is blazing the trail of not allowing COVID-19 to stop them in holding this conference is very significant for me. And I want to congratulate the Dean and the esteemed members of the faculty and the local organizing committee. This event certainly has a lot to offer all of us. I am really looking forward to the practical manifestation of the outcomes for our state, for the nation, and for the global community. Once again, I want to thank the Dean and organizers and our esteemed participants. I want to thank the Deputy Governor for making our time to be here. I want to thank all our lead presenters. I want to thank our participants. I welcome all of you, particularly those of you from outside the Lagos State University, and I wish us a most enjoyable conference. I thank you.
The Vice Chancellor, sir, thank you for a beautiful speech. We all know when the Vice Chancellor starts to talk, the eloquence, the brilliance, you just feel like, oh, please keep talking. But we have to follow his schedule. But we want to call on the Vice Chancellor to do another job for us, to warmly introduce His Excellency, the Deputy Governor. We feel you are the appropriate person to do this. Vice Chancellor, sir.
Hello, can you still hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, we are hearing you loud and clear, sir.
Okay. Well, I think what the chairman LOC has done is to use a shotgun to corner me, because you did not tell me in advance that I will do this kind of huge task of introducing the deputy governor. If you had told me, I would have prepared myself. But you see, the deputy governor is a man of many parts that one cannot be in want of what to say about him. When you look at the pedigree of the deputy governor, his father is a Kabiyesi of blessed memory, and his mother is from the illustrious Igegbe in Lagos Island. Dr. Hamzat attended a whole lot of places that I don't want to go into this morning, but two I will specifically identify. This is a man who has a BSc in agricultural engineering. He's a man who has his master's in agricultural engineering, and he also graduated from Cranfield University with a PhD in system process engineering. So when I noted earlier that we have a man in the house to pilot the affairs who is very well positioned to be able to do it, and I said this is the man that we are talking about, I meant it in every sense of it. As I stated earlier, this man is an accomplished academic and a technocrat of proven ability. When you look at his career, both in the private sector and the public sector, he has done quite a lot. So looking for, as an institution, that we want to have practical research work, this is the kind of person that we're talking about. He's seen it in the private sector, he's seen it in the public sector. He's had a stint with RTP Consulting Services at different times. He's been at the University of Columbia. So you had this and you are hiding it from me. He's been at the University of Columbia at different times. He was at a time at Merrill Lynch. He was at a time at Morgan Stanley, at Orlando PLC. He's also had a stint in the public sector. As I stated earlier, he started as a commissioner for science and technology during the very period of the former governor Babatunde Fashola. And from there, he served in different other places because he also served as Commissioner for Works and Infrastructure in Lagos State. He was responsible for many civil and construction works in the state. His notable achievements, which are not limited to the things I'm going to mention, includes the Lekki-Ikoyi Bridge, the one linking Admiralty Way to Bodilon, Nigeria's first cable-stayed bridge, and the construction of the Lekki Expressway. These are various things that he was involved in. His extraordinary performance was one of those things that at the end of the day contributed in numerous ways to changing the face of Lagos. Currently, he's serving as the very esteemed deputy governor of our great state, and he's giving effective support to Mr. Governor, who is leading effectively the affairs of our state. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with a special pride that I introduce to us this man who is extreme in terms of his passion for work. This man who is extreme in terms of his passion for education. And this man who himself is highly cerebral in the way he delivers his activities. Mr. Deputy Governor, it is a great pleasure to have you here this morning at the Lagos State University. And once again, I say thank you for always being supportive of our vision and our activities. I welcome you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Professor, the Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University, Professor Olarewaju Fagbomu, Lagos State University management, staff, all the professors. I've seen so many, Professor Bakari, and our distinguished chairman of LOC, Shehu Akintola, and so many other distinguished academics on this panel. The Vice Chancellor, I want to thank you very much for, first of all, for taking our university to that level with everybody in that ecosystem. We appreciate your passion, and we appreciate the passion of everybody in that university, given all the constraints. But you all decided not to look at the challenges, but look at the possibilities. And I want to thank you. May the good Lord bless you all. So let me start by expressing my appreciation for being invited to talk to this distinguished panel. And I'm reliably informed that this biennial International Science Conference is a major event in the Faculty of Science calendar, which I know attracts overwhelming local and foreign coverage, as well as a strong platform for the students and other stakeholders to engage in healthy deliberations and that engender enduring strategies that help to promote and coordinate science and technology sphere in our country, of course, in the academic and in our country. As Professor Fagbong actually said, the Vice Chancellor said, the schedule is tight. If you notice, I'm actually in a car. I'm going for a meeting in one of the hinterland of Lagos. But we just said, look, we are lucky that this is virtual, so I don't have to really physically, so we could do it. But so you will pardon me, there will be some breakages, and I might need to turn off my video so that we don't run into, because it's the inner part of Lagos that I'm going to. So basically, I will share a slide because I know that the topic that's given to me is to talk about our COVID-19 experience and how Lagos was able to flatten that curve in terms of, and as we can all see around the world, it's a pandemic that has challenged every civilization. All the developed parts of the world, in the United States, in Europe, people are dying. Over 260,000 have died in the United States now. So in addition, we also know that the faculty are through this conference continue to, in no small measure and without doubt, contributed immensely to opinion formulation and society development through informed engagement and discussions on national issues affecting development of science and technology within our country. I hope people can hear me though. I hope I'm a bit clear.
We can hear you. We can hear
Okay,
you.
fantastic.
Loud and clear, sir.
Commend the initiator of International Science Conference for your foresight in introducing and sustaining what has remained a veritable platform for enriching and thought-provoking treaties, meeting of minds and brainstorming for science gurus and other stakeholders on issues that can really help in promoting and transforming our nation's health, well-being, and of course, our economy. Consequently, I'm pleased with the appropriateness of this topic that as organizers act this COVID-19 pandemic, the Lagos State strategies are flattening the curve. I must say that it presents me an opportunity to place this on this type of pedestal, the step-by-step approach that we use for the pandemic. So it will be recalled and even as a globe, while previous the mayhem across the globe was recorded on Friday, 28 February 2020. And since then, Lagos has remained the epic center of the disease in our country, being the economic nerve center, economic and commercial hub of our country. So what I will do now is to share my slide so that at least everybody can see the slide and I can now talk to that slide.
Yes, sir. You can share, sir.
We can now see your screen, sir.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically, like I was saying, the moment this started, we, as a state government, we actually contacted the Chinese government through their embassy in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, at the time, we also procured some face masks and the rest and sent to China. Therefore, we were able to get some first-hand information about the virus. But you will recall that over the years, we've had Ebola. And when we confronted Ebola, one of the things we decided to do was to build a biosecurity lab, BSL-3 lab in Lagos. What that for us is the highest level in terms of pathogen identification and analysis. I know that there is the BSL-4, but what that does is to actually also house those pathogens. We don't think we need that. We just thought that what we need is actually, because in terms of costing and complexity, the difference is a bit huge. So basically we have those, we have the BSL Lab 3 in Yaba. And because of Ebola, we've been able to train enormous amount of our doctors. Some of them went to Germany, some of them went to Paris, some of them went to Japan, 18-month course, 2-year course, to learn about pathogen and how to control viruses. So that came in handy during this time. So one of the first things we did was also to set up an incident command system. The governor was the incident commander. The commissioner for health was the deputy incident commander. Now, so the incident command center allows us to aggregate everyone that's related or that has anything to do with the health system of this country. So we have people, of course, from Lagos Ministry of Health. We have people from World Health Organization. We have people from UNICEF. We have people from NCDC, which is our own National Disease Control Center. So we have everybody. We have even from the military. We have medical doctors from the people who have worked around the world. So it's a center that people sit down physically in Yaba, and we're able to monitor the various data. So we were also proactive. We were also proactive with information dissemination, and we were honest with citizens about what we see. We also said, because we also realized that as a government, we cannot continue to operate the way we operate because of the virus. So we set up what we call a war cabinet, made up of 6 of us. Mr. Governor, myself as the Deputy Governor, the Honorable Commissioner for Health, the Attorney General, Commissioner for Finance, and I think the Head of Service. About 7 or 4. So what that means is we are able to see it. Still, adhering to the protocol given out by the experts, but we're able to now discuss various things and realize that basically we were able to set up a model to do online real-time. So if you look at the slide before you, we have different boxes. So every day we know the number of cases that comes in. You will see where it says new, total across the country, 158,000 at that time. We know the number of new cases. As we monitor that of Lagos, we also monitor that of the country, because what that tells us, we were working along with the task force set up by the federal government. So we were giving them major information about Lagos, because at the time we were the epicenter, and therefore we know the number of people that are recovering in the various communities, because not everybody came up. So we know the number of admissions in our isolation centers. We also know the number of discharged patients. We know the people who are doing home care for, and so on and so forth. So we built a system of data collection, analysis, and interpretation along the various pillars of the Emergency Operations Center that we have, the EOC. So we invested in technology to allow us to automate the data collection system through initiation and implementation of Lagos State Emergency Response System, which we call Lasu. So that technology allows us basically to have a database that it's really online, in that it can capture data across the country. So as NCDC give us information that in Plateau State today, This is the number that they have, and these are the various symptoms. So we are able to separate the type of symptoms as it relates to young people, to elderly, and so on and so forth. And therefore, so that allows us to make some decisions. So you notice that across the world, they were using all those kits, all those quick 15-minute quick, but our test actually shows that, and we collaborated with Senegal, we collaborated with Ghana, and we realized that for us as Africans, it doesn't seem to work for us. The success rate was about 45%, 60%. So meaning that if you test 100 people, 60 actually is correct. So it was giving us false positive and false negative. That's why we refuse to sort of accredit any of these test kits for Nigeria, because we realize it doesn't work. So we will focus mainly on the PCR system that takes the molecular test that allows us to take all the, and then it was able, because by the time you use the test kits, it has already entered the bloodstream. And we realize that that doesn't work for whatever reason at that time. So it allows us to get data real time that we could trust. And our information system was also regular, like I said. So if you look at this chart, so you look at the day 27th of February 2020, that is when we activated the incident command center, because we were ready. And the gentleman that came from Italy through Turkey landed in Lagos, but on his way to Ewekoro, because it was Lafarge. He was working with Lafarge as a consultant. That was the first case. So immediately Ogun State told us the symptoms. We saw that, oh, these symptoms align with some of the things we are seeing regarding COVID-19. So we went to Ogun State where he was staying. We brought in with an ambulance, with PPE, everybody, all the medical staff were already prepared, and then we took him in, did the test, and of course we realized that it's positive. So that came back as the first incident, the incident index case for us in Nigeria. And then so we took him to the isolation center, which already was ready at the time, and then we kept building a lot of isolation center. And as you know, it came out well. After about 3 or 4 weeks, it came out. It was okay. He was very happy that he was not in Italy at that time, because as he knew, a lot of his family actually died. So basically, if you see, so we were able to do case definition updates. What are the symptoms we are seeing? And we realized that this is, in quote, a foreign illness, meaning it's something that is brought in from outside, meaning anybody that has traveled. So that's why we actually advise the federal government to shut down foreign flights at a time. And then we flooded our airport with health officials to assist the federal government in managing people that actually came in. So, and at a time, you will see there where we have the lockdown, when we saw that the cases were a bit rising. And like we said, it's a foreign one. People are coming in through the various border sea. There was even a case where a whole ship was actually stopped on water because about 5 people tested positive, and we have to quarantine them right on the water. And so basically, we shut down the land around Badagry. Nigerians were trying to come back home. So people from Cote d'Ivoire, people from Sierra Leone, people from the Republic of Benin and the rest. So we have to have isolation centers around those areas. So we got hotels that we turn into isolation centers in quarantine centers, in Badagry, in Ikeja, and in Ekpe, and all those areas where people can come into Lagos. Therefore, if you come by here, you test positive, we put you there in Ikeja. If you come by land through Seme-Border, we put you in Badagry, and so on and so forth. So that allows us to be able to monitor. Then we realize also that it's a health issue. So basically, it's a public health issue. That means it's government that must be in charge. But we realize also that we need support of private sector. So what that means is, because it's the PRC machines, and the PRC machine has certain protocols. So it's not that you can just test 1 or 2 people at a particular time. So what it means is you must have an aggregate of tests before you can do it. So it takes some time. Therefore, we realize that we need to get private laboratories to also start testing, but the result must come to the state. So that is not a private enterprise, but let the private people actually come in. And then we separated the testing into two: the need to do test and must do test. So for example, when companies are trying to reopen their businesses and they want to be sure that people actually have to be tested, then that's a need to know. And therefore they can go to the private sector and then do the test and pay for it. Because in the public sector, there is no payment. And I can tell you it's extremely expensive from the isolation center. So we realized that a single individual in isolation center was spending 187 naira a day for all the various things, including the food and the rest. So basically, we have all this data that guides our processes as to what we need to do, when should the private sector come in, and then how do we reopen our economy again, because we also understand that, for example, in Lagos, we know there is a data that shows clearly that about 67% of our people make their money daily. Therefore, locking down the economy could actually be a disaster in terms of financial stability for some of our citizens. But we also understand that you must be alive to make money. Therefore, we're able to go around the various community to explain the need for us to lock down so that people don't see it as a sort of punishment, rather to see it as a health issue. So basically, we were able to harness resources from private sector. And I must say this, that a lot of Nigerians actually came in to donate a lot of, we are very proud as Nigerians as to the type of support and help that private people gain, companies, individuals, people who are donating, people that actually have 10,000 naira in their account were donating 1,000 for us to actually, so people came in, private sectors, various banks, donated isolation centers, equipment, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, government also put in a lot. So all the pillars of our emergency operation centers, we make sure we're led by experienced public sector personnel, while private sector people assisted in putting some of the things. What do I mean? For example, we had isolation center donated by GT Bank, for example, at Onikon Stadium. Now, it was donated, but because the data is a public health issue, so we put in the doctors. But they also have doctors, but those doctors must report through the system that was already designed by the incident, the incident command centers, so that there is no on alignment in terms of, we want to make sure that everything aligns so that we can get the data appropriately and that everybody can look at the data holistically and analyze the results. So we were able to know which local government the cases were spiking, which local government were coming down. So, and I will give some examples. So at a stage, we realized that Ibejuleki, for example, as a local government, was spiking. And when we trace it, we realized that it was coming from foreign Indians and Lebanese that were coming to the Dangote refinery and the Lekki port to work. So basically, one of the things we did was to make sure that we start with the embassy of those two countries to make sure that they do actually not do all these kits that I mentioned about before, but do PCR test before they come in. Or that if they don't do that, those citizens will actually be banned for 6 months for coming into the country. And that helped us to bring the data down. But we're able to do that because of our tracking per local government, per area, and we are able to identify why this local government was coming up and why this one was slowing down. So basically, based on the pattern of the virus, we were able to now strengthen our scenario planning. So what that means was, our model was able to tell us that, oh, if we do nothing, for example, the cases could rise to about 147,000 at a point like June, July of this year. So, but if we are able to social distance, wash our hands, wear masks,
Yes, I think we have temporarily lost His Excellency. I'm sure he will also be aware of this and will make an attempt to join us. This is just the other side of technology. It does happen. So, but while waiting, the keynote speaker is recognized. Professor Salako, you are welcome, sir. Professor Kapo too has joined from South Africa. Professor Omotayo from Harvard University, you are welcome. I'm sure other distinguished personalities, you are all recognized. I'm sure His Excellency will be making efforts to rejoin us. Okay, the DVC, the Dean, sir, the Dean, please try to get in touch with His Excellency to see if he will be able to join us back.
Please unmute the Dean. I've got in touch with him. He said it's the network. He will get back to us in a second. He's trying to change his network. Yes. Yes. So it's joining in any minutes. He said I should apologize on his behalf.
Okay, thank you, the Dean, man.
And then we welcome all others that are here. Professor Olatunji Bello is here too. And our distinguished Professor Anatekai is here too. We welcome you, sir.
It's a fountain for all who thirst for knowledge. The human soul to fetch. Shine with your light, our great citadel. In truth and service.
We should. Oh, okay. Please unmute him. He's trying to connect. Unmute him, please. Please unmute the deputy governor. He's trying to connect. Unmute him. Unmute him, please.
Yes, he's unmuted.
He's trying to, yes, he said he's trying to connect.
He's unmuted.
Okay, so sorry about that. I hope everybody can hear me now.
Yes, sir.
So,
yeah, welcome back, sir. We can hear you.
So, can you see my screen again?
No, not now.
Not yet, sir.
Sorry, I told you I'm in a very rural area now, so so I'm able to do enormous amount of yet. Oh my. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Not yet, sir. We cannot. Okay, we've seen it now.
On,
it's on now, sir.
Okay. Okay, so basically it's our strategy for testing population, like the slide shows, I make it very quick. So we have public labs that were testing for us, you know.
I think we have lost His Excellency once again.
Let me talk. We
It's
apologize for the networking. Let me
for
just
the network.
let me try. It's the network. It's in a rural area. Let me
Yes.
just call. I will call him. Maybe.
There are still more to come once His Excellency ranks up. We have the key speaker seated and waiting to just
I know,
join.
sir. Maybe you should. Yes. Because
So once we get feedback from the dean, then we'll take the next directions and then move on the program. There's still more to learn. It's a faculty of science, new theories, new ways of doing things. The dean, man.
yes, the deputy governor really apologized because he's traveling to a rural end and there's no network there. So what he said is that immediately it gets to the point that it's network, it's going to stop there, and then it will just do the justice to the other slides, and then before he continues his journey. So meanwhile, we can have somebody else. Then when it's ready, will call me. Then I will inform.
Okay, well, at this juncture, I would want to step down, but before I do that, I will call on distinguished Professor Martins Anitika, who is my mentor and somebody who has stepped his footprint when it comes to manufacturing intellectuals. He's scheduled to give the vote of thanks for to the deputy governor. However, since we could not get him, once he joined, we'll continue. But meanwhile, Professor Salako can prepare to join and give the keynote speaker address. Professor Anitika, sir, you can take over now, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman of the conference. But before I take over, we must really thank the Deputy Governor, Dr. Hamza. Irrespective of his schedule, which is very tight and is going to the rural area, he still he educated us. We want to thank him most profusely. And whenever he shows up, we will still tell him thank you. To our Vice Chancellor, Professor Fago, we are very, very proud of you. Whenever you speak and you're talking, we feel really, really happy that you are talking. We are proud of you. Thank you very much for attending the Faculty of Science Conference. For my other colleagues, we are still on. I want to urge you to remain behind because very many speakers are on to educate us on science. The next Dean of Science,
Yes, sir.
You are indeed appreciated. I also want to appreciate Professor Bello. She's our good friend in science. I can also see Professor Sena Bakare. I appreciate you, and I want you to remain behind to join us. The next speaker is Babatunde Lawal Salako. You are most welcome. You are most welcome to Nigeria. You are welcome to Faculty of Science, and I invite you to educate us. Thank you very much. Professor Akitola.
Yes, sir.
Is he set?
Please, you can do the profile is on the screen of Professor Salakosa.
I can't even read it. Okay, don't worry.
Yeah, okay. I'm unmuted now.
Okay. Let me just, okay, I think I can see it now. Professor Babatunde Lawal Salako was born on the 23rd July 1959 to Alhaji and Alhaja Okenyibo. He attended Asarudin Primary. He attended Asarudin School, Ota, and in 1973. Really, please, I'm sorry if I'm messing it up. I can't see it very well. Dr. Salako joined the University College Hospital Ibadan in April 1990 for residency training in the Department of Medicine and obtained the fellowship of the West African College of Physicians within 4. And can you move it? Move it, please. Scroll. You know I can't scroll it. Can the administrator? Okay, thank you very much. He was subsequently appointed a lecturer and consultant in the department in March 1996. And by this appointment, he became honorary consultant in nephrologist to the University College Hospital, Ibadan, Nigeria, from 1996 to date. He has won a number of local and international fellowships. Scroll, please. Oh, no. He is the site principal investigator in the Human Heredity in Health. Shit. The whole thing is not, I can't see it at all. Okay, then. He's Chef, if you can see it, please, can you read it on my behalf? The Dean, if you can see it, can you read it? Because part of it is covered.
Yes. We might just let Professor Salako take his speech now.
Professor Salako, we are sorry, we cannot go through it. We are indeed sorry. However, we are going to get this properly printed when we are making
that's all right, sir.
Okay, sir. You are most welcome to educate us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, good morning, distinguished participants. I'm very happy to be part of this historic occasion. And I want to thank Professor Akintola for providing me this opportunity I'm trying to share my screen. Okay. I hope you all can see it.
Yes, sir, clearly.
Okay, all right. Now, I have complained that as a keynote speaker, I expect that I should speak for at least 30 minutes. So I'm going to be rushing through my presentation. That will be the fault of the organizer for not providing enough information for me to know how many slides I should have prepared for. So I'm going to talk to us about translational research as a veritable tool in combating current and future global challenges, a case study of Nigerian research policy. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I hope to tell you through this outline. A brief talk about Nigerian profile and health indices, research and translational research, challenges of translational research, funding for research in Nigeria, research capacity, tips for successful translational research. And then I'm going to share with you a little bit about NIMA's contribution to translational research. I always like to start most of my talk these days with these slides, which shows the profile of the country. People who are old enough will recognize the people in this picture. These are all past presidents and current presidents of the Nigerian nation. And of course, in spite of all of these people's efforts to move the country forward, we are still grappling with some of the issues that I've raised on this left side. And I believe that they all needed efforts in research and translational research to be able to find solutions to them. We really haven't paid significant attention to them. And I have put there issue of corruption, which the current president is fighting, slowly growing economic, which is about how best they can run the economy of our country. We recently went into recession. More importantly, the issues of growing ethnicity and tribalism, dangerous religious fanaticism, and of course, poor research culture. More importantly, issue of nagging followership. Now, this slide shows that the country that I've just described has low life expectancy, high maternal and infant mortality. Again, these are areas we should pay attention to in translational research so that we can change the narrative for our country. On the right side are the list of top 10 causes of death in Nigeria. They actually, by disease burden, should form the basis of our research priorities. Because if we are able to tame these diseases, reduce morbidity and mortality, then life expectancy can go up. And then, of course, this can translate to economic prosperity for our nation. Now, the research actually is necessary for us to improve human development and health, because it's through research that we can discover new knowledge, new therapies, new approach to things. And research really is as simple as it is collection, collation, analysis of data, interpret the data to answer specific questions that can then solve a particular problem. I'm sure you are all familiar with that. However, effective research can only come up if we have individuals with good research skills and ability. And if you ask me, I would say Nigeria as a country has a number of good researchers. Younger ones are upcoming. And apart from a few things that are missing, we can actually say that we have people with skills and ability to carry out research in Nigeria. But when you look at our population and the number of researchers that we have, then we do not have enough. Again, appropriate infrastructure, we cannot compare our infrastructure with what we have in the West. That's probably why we lag behind in coming up with discoveries and innovations through our research. And then, of course, the ability to perform research that is relevant to national policy. Many researchers are doing research, formulating theories and hypotheses in their offices, but they are not relevant to national policy and development. And it should not just be for national policy, it should also be research that can contribute to global research needs and policy. Now, how do you do a good research? It has to be something that includes the communities and practitioners when we are designing it. Oftentimes, this is lacking in our design. Utility, the research result must be actionable, not something that we just do and then it's left on the shelf. Then the credibility, the process through which the research has come to, issue of IRB approval, issue of conflict of interest, the consent of patients, all of these must properly be in place for research to be good enough. And more importantly, it should be beneficial to the community and nation. Now, what is transitional research? Basically, the transitional research is the research that aims through basic biology and clinical research to improve health outcomes. It's as simple as that. That then means that it's not enough to do basic research alone, which has no direct application, but came up purely by curiosity to expand our new knowledge. Now, when you have a new knowledge, then you try to use it to apply it to something to produce or solve a practical problem. That moves on to applied research. Now, applied research produces something that can solve a problem, but it does not go ahead to deploy it. So in clinical research, you deploy it, it determines the safety, the effectiveness of that medication or device or diagnostic product. Now, the whole lot of this is a process that leads to translational research. So basically, the goal of translational research is the efficient movement of basic science discovery into clinical application. Commonly, we describe it as from bench to bedside. However, from many of the innovations and discoveries that we have seen in research all over the world, it's been shown that translational research has produced only small to moderate effect. Why is this so? Now, that will lead us to something else, implementation research, that I'll be talking about later. So really, the translational research process starts from basic science discovery, and then it moves on to applied research, the development of a solution to a problem, and it moves on to delivery in clinical research, which tests the ability of the entity to be useful among the population to improve the healthcare system. And then much more importantly is the adoption of the new knowledge to effect a positive impact on the healthcare system that we have. So really, it should be seen that translational research may in fact be the whole process of research, starting from basic to applied to clinical research and then to implementation science. Now, what are the real challenges to translation research that prevents the research from going into policy? Now, it's been shown that there has been a substantial gap between the healthcare that the patient received and the evidence for practice that is available. So there is what we call a research practice gap, or knowing and doing gap. Indeed, the health practitioners has a new knowledge, he's well aware about it, but he's not using it. Why is this so? So again, it's been shown that research utilization in everyday practice also depends on individual. Now, the individual within the healthcare system that is supposed to imbibe or take on the new knowledge and put it into practice. It also depends on the context in which the evidence is to be used. And like I said before, it's really an issue of implementation science. Again, it's been shown that research findings are not used by policymakers. Whereas because there is lack of communication between researchers and policymakers. Again, when research theories are being planned or formulated, policymakers and indeed the community in which we hope to solve a problem are not involved. So we are doing this in silos. And so when we come up with our solutions, the community or the policymakers cannot understand why they should buy into that solution, because have been issue, they have not been part of it. And sometimes when we produce policy, it's full of medical jargons, something that the policymaker is not familiar with and cannot understand it. So we must begin to think about producing short policy papers that are very simple and can be understood by the policy makers or decision makers. Now, the challenges that we have seen peculiar to Nigeria, private sector participation is almost absent, except in recent times because of the global pandemic, COVID-19. We saw a lot of participation from private sector. We are donating to support government. This is obvious because everybody knew then that government alone cannot handle that. So we need to ensure that private sector participation in research stemming out of our experience with COVID-19 is upscaled so that we can actually bring the gown and the town together. That gap has existed for a long period of time, and we must try to close the gap. The issue of corruption has prevented many of research activities from being located in the country. We have instability. Recently, especially in the northern parts of the country, people cannot go to the field to collect data because of what is going on there. And so getting funding for research in Nigeria certainly has to put that into consideration. So many of the times when we do not get the funding that we are asking for, it's not just because of the science, it's also because of this other issue of insecurity and political uncertainty that we have. So as Nigerians, we also need to be able to ask the right question. We must conduct interventional research as opposed to descriptive. We must stop looking at promotion as impact of research alone. We need to do research that can have positive impact and change within the healthcare system. We need new skill sets, especially in the area of IT and statistics, which has come up to become bioinformatics. In the area of genomics, we need to be able to improve on that. And of course, we need to be able to manage large data. Again, most of the research done in Nigeria has been donor-driven, and high-income country investigators have been the ones securing most of the grants that we have. I will show you a data that alluded to this soon. So sometimes the conclusion of such research does not have a direct local benefit to us. We need to improve, increase the percentage of funding. If you look at this slide, 2016, 2017, you will notice that the health ministry has the lowest fund allocation, and yet health research is supposed to be funded by this. Again, it's been shown in some publications that government spending is directly proportional to the amount of publication made by such countries. Now, if you look at this research per million population all over the world, the darker the area is, the more researchers per million population. And the lighter it is, the less researchers. And you can see where Nigeria stands. Whereas if you look at Africa, Nigeria seems to be doing well in terms of publication. Again, when you look at absolute number, we can say so. But when you begin to look at how many researchers or how many publications per million population of researchers, we are not doing very fine enough. Now, this map is created by the NIH 2012 to 2016, which shows the number of research grants in Africa by at least 10 funders. And you can, it's very interactive. You can go there and find out how many research grants has come to Nigeria. But if you look at West Africa and the southern part of, the eastern part of Africa, you see that more research grant has gone to that place. Now, if you look at the award received by research organizations in Africa, it's surprising that none of our Nigerian institutions is between 1 to 10. That doesn't mean that we didn't win any grant, but just to look at 1 to 10. But if you look at Nigeria, Again, awards received by research organization in Nigeria, 2012 to 2016, University of Ibadan, Institute of Human Virology, University of Lagos, Obafemi Awolowo University, Aminu Kano, up to your Jos University Teaching Hospital. These are the ones that are able to win a significant grant and be in number 1 to 10. But if you look at whether we have direct or collaboration grants, we do more of collaboration grant. This is an evidence that our capacity to attract direct grant to Nigeria is still very low. And like I said, this may not just be because of the science, but also because of these other factors that I've mentioned. So we need to pay attention to this area to be able to improve the amount of direct fund that comes to Nigeria. So what do we need to improve our translational research effort? We need to create sister research institutions, either locally or internationally. And what I mean by this is that universities that know that they have low capacity in terms of research capacity can link with another that they know are better off, so that they can receive guidance, they can be supported, they can receive help, and they can receive advice in a way to improve the research capacity of their institution. We can also have institution-to-institution mentoring. This is something that has been missing in most of our universities, networks. We need to go back to mentorship because we necessarily have to replace those who are retiring.
Hello.
Hello.
Professor Salako.
Yes.
I want to profusely apologize for stopping you. The deputy governor is now in a place where he can utilize the technology and he's still driving. We want to give you the opportunity to just round up, then we take you on. I am conscious of the fact that we are now at the level of the mentees and the mentors. Thank you very much, sir.
All right.
Yeah, can you unmute the deputy governor? Hello, Professor Shehu.
It's unmuted.
Hello, Professor Shehu. But if we can't have him on, we'll continue with this very interesting presentation.
Okay, am I supposed to go on?
Well, I just want to be sure.
I'm willing to wait for as long as.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much for your understanding. Professor Akintola, Dean Science. Can we have him on?
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm on now.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
I'm very sorry. Professor Salako, I'm really sorry for...
Oh, Excellency, that's all right, sir.
I'm enjoying your paper, and I hope I will still have time after my very weak presentation to listen to you. I'm really very sorry. And
no, it's my pleasure.
Thank you very much. I must also thank, I noticed that Professor Tujibelo is on, and Professor Martins is also on. I want to thank you very much and greet you profusely for this opportunity. So I hope I can.
Welcome, Your Excellency.
So we are still sharing Prof's.
Yes,
Professor
Salako, you may pull down your screen now.
Exactly.
Oh my God. You should not have left here now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so can you see my screen now?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so again, so I will just start from here where we were talking about the strategies for testing and isolation. So as you can see by the boxes, the yellow, green, blue, or that's orange, I think. So you can see as the cases increases. So the first box, it was solely by public labs. That is our IDA center, mainly in Yaba. And then as the cases increased to about close to 5,000, private labs, the batch one, it took some time to actually vet all these things to make sure that the PCR lab, the procedures, and the contents were in play, because there's a protocol about testing. So when the lab start to meet up with those protocols, they were now certified to start. And then as you can see, when the cases goes beyond 5,001 up to 10,000, we put in another batch of private labs. So I think at the end, we have about 12 private labs and about 6 public labs. So making a total of 18. And at a stage, as the cases actually goes up and people are about to travel, we were actually doing the test kit, which, if you recall, I said was not very good for us as Africans. But remember, in our country, we also have a lot of expatriates from Lebanon, from India, and the rest coming to do various things. So we introduced it at that time. And then because they were going out of the country, but when they are coming back, they must now do a basic, the basic PRC test. Okay, so now, basically our goal from the beginning was actually to flatten the curve. So what that means is it doesn't actually reduce the number of people that will contact the virus or the number of people that will be infected. The only thing is it allows us to spread out the time. So if you look at the first graph, which is without a protective measure, you can see the spike at that time. So one of our aim is to make sure so that, and like I said before, the model clearly showed us that by August, we will have peaked. And that was what we were able to do because of the protective measures, shutting down religious houses, shutting down event centers, center of activities that allow the viruses to spread. So we were able to actually spread it out and curtail so basically, in addition, because we also noticed that our hospitals were being affected. So it allows us, as part of the few things that I can say is probably good about this virus, is allow us to speed up our telemedicine, which is a platform aimed at making medical consultation online available, especially for the rural area. So with this, our patients are discouraged from making physical presentation at our hospital for medical attention. So it's important to now give credit to who credit is due. Those are the frontline workers, the doctors, the nurses, the drivers, the garbage cleaner, especially the medical waste disposers. They actually did enormous job because it was tough. At that time, our doctors were getting sick, nurses were getting sick. We actually have a dedicated isolation center for our doctors and nurses, and even those that didn't contact the virus, we have dedicated hotels because we don't want them to be going home. So a lot of them did not see their wives or husbands, their family for 2-3 months. So they actually deserve a lot of credit for this. And so I want to thank every one of us for this opportunity to actually talk to you about some of the steps that we took, and that the state government, we were a bit resolute to make sure that everyone is allowed to go about their business and activity without any limitation or restrictions. But we also understand that a healthy city is very important for us so that we can actually do what we need to do and make sure that our health, which of course you must be alive to be able to do anything else. And therefore, those are the various actions that we took. We were data driven, and then we are transparent with the citizens. I think we did about 17 briefings to the citizens so that they know what is going on. And then we are meeting with various community or elders, the CDAs, the CDCs, and the urbans, the market women. We became town criers to going back to those old ages and telling people the impact of this virus. And I think that's what we're able to do to curtail this thing. So I want to thank every one of us for listening to me. And I'm sorry I have to shut down Professor Salako while he was doing a powerful presentation. And I want to thank everybody for listening, and I wish you a very fruitful deliberation. I thank you all for your attention. God bless you all. Bye-bye.
Our very, very, very dear Deputy Governor. Your Excellency, Dr. Hamzat, we have really enjoyed your educating us. We are proud of you and we feel honored. Not only did you grace the occasion, you have really educated us. We appreciate you and we thank you for coming. And we know that when next we come, you will still listen to us. Thank you very much. Thank you. I thank you on behalf of the Faculty of Science. I also thank you on behalf of the university. I know the Vice Chancellor has done that also. Thank you, sir, for educating us.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay. Hello.
Still, don't call me.
We can
What is it?
hear you, sir.
Shehu. I think we can have Professor Salako now. Shehu.
Yes, we can have Professor Salako now.
Okay. I have already thanked the Deputy Governor on behalf of the Faculty of Science, and we really appreciate him. We enjoyed his lecture, and we wish him safe journey, and we wish him good health, and we pray that when next we call on him, he will answer us. Thank you very much. Professor Salako.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we are indeed sorry that we have to cut you short.
Yeah.
We were at the point of mentor and mentee when His Excellency was able to gain access to us. Thank you for being patient.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I also want to thank His Excellency for that very lucid presentation. It's really spoken like one of us.
I'm telling you.
I was at the issue of mentee and mentor, which we may not just do only at individual level, but also at institutional level. That's why I recommended the sister institution mentor-mentee relationship, which is good for us to be able to show those who are coming behind the way we have been doing it, so that they can also be successful. Again, for us to have very good translational research results, we need to imbibe multidisciplinary team approach. In the past, a lot of us have worked in silos. I think of recent, in the last few years, people are beginning to form networks and are working together. It is obvious that an individual trying to find solution to a problem alone may have developed a tunnel vision. But bringing others with expertise in various fields together, they are more likely to move forward much faster than an individual working alone. I believe we are getting better with that, but again, at institutional level, institutions have not been working together as they should be. And I believe this is an opportunity for us to preach that. Again, we need implementation science, because if all the discoveries and innovations that are emanating from various research projects all over the world are going to be beneficial to the world, then we must look at that process of integration of these research findings to medical practice and policy formulation. So what implementation science does is really in the area of moving health research innovations to practice. And implementation research is now upcoming among many Nigerians and Africa. So the core components of implementation science, therefore, includes dissemination of that very effective report, so that a lot of people, including healthcare practitioners, policymakers, decision makers, can imbibe this, and then they buy into it, and therefore they will be able to turn it into action. Again, we must pay attention to culture, because getting new things into a particular community or system requires that we deal with that. The issue of leadership, the attitude of those who will do it, and then of course sometimes professional opinions. Some of these areas are areas we need to look at when we are looking at implementation science, so that we can actually integrate all the new inventions into clinical practice. We also need to do advocacy. Advocacy to policymakers and decision makers. It's been shown that research findings are not being used by them simply because they are not clear of the importance of it, or simply because they are not part of it from the beginning. So advocacy allows us to open channels of communication between decision makers, policy makers, and researchers. It also opens the same line of communication among the communities and community gatekeepers, where we expect that the report of our research later will be put into use. So we must necessarily ensure that in designing our research project, the community, the policy makers, the decision makers are carried along, so that by the time we come up with our report, it will not be difficult for them to understand and to buy into it. So what advocacy does is to ensure, promote, or reinforce a change in policy or program or legislation. The idea really is to influence decision makers to take ownership of this research, this new research report that we have, so that they can act on it and then either make it a point of policy formulation or integrate this into our healthcare system. The same thing goes for decision makers, because if they don't agree that the report that you have is good enough for use, then it's very unlikely that they will move it to policy. So you need to put them in such a situation that they have evidence and understand the language of research that we are talking about. We must also pay attention to One Health. Most of the times we do more of human participant, and we pay particular attention to that. Of recent, we've seen that most pandemics that has ravaged the world have arisen from zoonotic origin. So in propounding our theories and coming up with solutions to our health problems, it is obvious that we must bring the people, animals, and the environment together under a One Health. So this is one area that researchers should begin to pay attention to. Human participant researchers must work with the veterinary people, they must work with the environmental people, so that we can all come up with solutions to our problem. Again, we must look at planetary health. Planetary health is the health of human civilization and the state of the natural system on which it depends. The earth on which we are is getting old. People are getting old and they are dying. The earth is also getting old and is dying bit by bit. The activities of human civilization has led to depletion of the ozone layer, has caused global warming, and then the emission of greenhouse gases. Now, these are challenges that translational research efforts must find solution to. Otherwise, we are going to leave the earth for those who are coming behind in a condition that may not be capable of future civilization. And that is something we must guide against. So issue of One Health, issue of planetary health must necessarily come into our planning to ensure a successful translational research effort that will be useful to our nation. Now, how do we conclude on that? We must look at research impact. Because if we do all the translational research and we cannot measure impact on the community or the nation, then we really haven't done much. So research impact demonstrates the contribution of research to society and to the economy, or that of new knowledge and skills, which must be beneficial to the nation. It's not just a number of publications. It's more of practical improvement in our healthcare system and of course in the nation's economy because of the effect that it's going to have on the community. So I will just quickly show the next 3 slides about my institution's Nigerian Medical Research Translational Research effort. Researchers here shown have developed a DNA extraction kit, 100% locally done in Nigeria. It's been tested against gold standard. It's cheaper, and a lot of people are now using this. It's very much available at our institution. We are now trying to find an entrepreneur that will buy this off us. The other one is NIMA research effort in an RNA extraction kit specifically produced for COVID-19 during this pandemic. This has also been tested and been validated, and again, is currently being in use and solving our test problem. Perhaps the most important is our effort at developing SIMA, which is SARS-CoV-2 isothermal molecular assay test kit for COVID-19, adapted to this ISO T16 and ISO 8 machines. Both of them can give results within less than 40 minutes and are required only very less robust research laboratory environment and equipment. The beauty of this is that it can be as a point of care testing. It can be used in several of the secondary and tertiary institutions as a side room lab, and researchers can also take this to the field because you can do everything you want to do right there and then get your result. Then of recent, we are yet to launch this. It's called SCODA, which is SARS-CoV-2 detection assay. Now, this is something that can be used by the conventional PCR method, and it's also targeting SARS-CoV-2 and can give results within the 57 minutes after, of course, the process of RNA extraction. And then the development of hemoglobin genotype machine by 2 of our staff. Again, this has been tested against gold standard and is currently ongoing validation in both the northern and eastern parts of Nigeria. This is more of an application developed for direct observed therapy for elites who may not want to go to a direct observed center. Now, this app can allow this nurse at the direct observed center to monitor how the individual uses the drug at home and can ensure that the patient actually takes his drug. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just to tell you exactly what I've been saying since, that translational research goal is to move research discovery from basic science to bedside. However, the impact has remained rather small, as there remains a gap between the health practice that patients receive and the available evidence. There is a need to promote implementation science to close this gap. Adequate funding, research capacity development, multidisciplinary research approach, and mentorship program will improve translational research efforts. Decision and policymakers' involvement in designing research, and then of course advocacy, will improve research translation to policy. I thank you once again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Salako. We indeed have enjoyed the lecture, and then all your recommendations are well noted. While one is not trying to recap your lecture, I think you define transitional research as more or less basic research that can be applied. And then you also recommend that in doing any research, we should try by all means to ensure that we have mentees. Research must be multidisciplinary, and then it must be implementable. And then in addition, all stakeholders must be taken along, particularly the policymakers. Otherwise, the research will remain in the shelf. And then this is where the advocacy comes in. And we must also pay attention to aspects of zoonosis and then the well-being of our planet. And the research must have an impact. Thank you very much. And we really appreciate this, your well-researched presentation. It's indeed a lead paper. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Chairman LOC. Can we see the?
Yes. The next we.
Can we see your
What
program?
we want next is we want questions.
Hello, I can't hear you. Is it from my end?
To
Hello?
be channeled through the chat.
Hello, Chairman. Can you hear me?
So that we can address the question and answer. I can. Yes, I'm saying that I can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I've seen your screen now.
Yes, we want to have, okay, the program is.
We are running short of time. I think we should have Dr. Motayo to do his presentation. Then
Yes,
at the,
because what we
before
plan to do is to have the question and answers for Professor Salako and Professor Motayo together.
Exactly, exactly. Because we are actually running behind time. Professor Salako, I hope you are not leaving us immediately. I hope you are not leaving us immediately. Please be patient with us. So
I'm
that
still with you. I might be
thank you.
another
So
one,
that
but I'm still with
Dr.
you.
Omotayo will do his presentation and then we put all the questions together. Thank you very much. Dr. Omotayo, are you ready for us?
Thank you, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do
I have the floor?
Sir, the profile of Dr. Motayo will be, this citation will be read by Dr. Anjori.
Beautiful. Dr. Anjori,
I actually think we're far behind schedule. I actually think we can skip that and so I can quickly make my remarks.
Let's go.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
You can go on. You can go on. You can go on.
Please go on, sir.
Please go on. We'll have it published in our proceeding.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. And good afternoon, everybody. The Dean, members of the organizing committee, members of the faculty, and Professor Salako, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for that very stimulating conversation. You know, by the time Prof was through with his slides, I was just asking myself that maybe I was just mulling over whether it was time already to go to question and answer, because essentially a lot of what I would share, I think has been taken care of by the two earlier presentations. So I basically will be owning down on one area that I think it's important for making our research as academic scientists relevant to the kind of challenges that we confront in the society. And that's really looking at the ecosystem in which we conduct our research, and the environment, the network that we're embedded in. But before I move on, I mean, by way of introduction, just briefly, Larry Wata is my name, and you know, it's really exciting to have this conversation, to participate in this event, because it brings back very vivid memories of some 20 years back when I was in this faculty as a 100 level student before moving to the College of Medicine. And you know, it's interesting to see the kind of work that's coming out of the faculty right now. I mean, obviously, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the kind of work and the quality of work, the quantity of work that's coming out of the department now, there's been a lot of improvement. And I cannot but commend the leadership and the rank and file that has been raising the profile of this department over the years. And just to make the brief remarks that I'm going to make here. Well, as academic scientists, what do we do essentially? I mean, it's, you know, I will be preaching to the choir if I'm explaining to us that what we do is education, research, and transsectoral engagement and outreach. That's what every one of us who's on this call has been doing for years. The education part of it happens quite frequently. That's a very important part of our engagement. The research part of it, we do pretty well. What is not well pronounced at times is the transsectoral engagement and outreach. And that, I think it's one key area where that influences the network, the ecosystem that our work is embedded in, and that kind of sometimes limits, you know, the relevance, the importance of the output, the impact of the research output that we make. And I'm just going to make a few remarks about that before we go to the I move on. So, like I said earlier, the ecosystem is the performance limiting factor. And what do I mean by that? You know, Professor Lacour talked about the fact that our work that we do as academic scientists, if we really want that to address the challenges that we face as a society, that work has to be translational. But what exactly does that mean for the individual scientist who's working, or for the scientist who's working in academia? Well, for that to happen, what that simply means is that the work we do in our academic labs, in our labs in academic institutions, has to find a way of getting to the public agencies, has to find a way of getting to the industry, and the kind of insights that the industry needs has to feed into, it has to be a feedback loop that ensures that the problems that are confronting policymakers, the problems that are confronting people in the industry actually feed into the kind of work we're doing in the academic institutions, and it's not disjointed. And what some of the ingredients, some of the factors that ensure that this happens is the nature of the research and training relationships. And why am I talking about this? Well, I'm talking about this because when we talk about addressing global challenges, whether there are long-term challenges like climate change, or there are immediate challenges like the pandemic that we face right now, the extent to which we can address those challenges, the extent to which we can conduct research or do work that address those challenges actually depends on the types of networks and relationships that we have prior to the occurrence of those challenges. And I'm going to make an illustration with the Boston Collaborative when I get to the next slide. And when I talk about the nature of the relationships, I'm talking about the research and training relationships. For scientists who are working in the labs in Lagos State University, for instance, what kind of relationships do they have with people who are working in the state public health agency? What kind of relationships do they have with the scientists who are working in the research labs for the pharmaceutical firms, in the research labs for the private firms, or in the research labs in institutes like NIMR? Do we just come together at conferences and have conversations? Do we get together to share intellectual insights, to share materials, to understand the kind of work that each other is doing, and how our work can feed into each other's work? Do we collaborate, and do we collaborate to compete, as one of my mentors would like to say? The second thing is the nature of the funding relationships. You know, when this pandemic broke out, I saw a number of news clippings talking about the government making money available, some amount of money available for developing a vaccine, or some people making some amount of money available for the development of a diagnostic. But the issue here is that people don't just come up and develop vaccines overnight. You know, it is a lab that's going to come up and develop a vaccine is a lab that's been funded over the years to do the kind of work that's needed to attract the manpower and that's needed to develop the expertise in vaccinology. So if we're going to have academic scientists who are going to do work that are going to address the challenges that come up in the society, then the relationships that exist have to go beyond training and research relationships. We also need to have funding relationships, people co-writing grants, people, we have to have agencies that have long-term funding and supportive relationships with scientists who are working in academia. And the last item that I will talk about, and I will mention once more, is the co-location of scientific resources. And we will see how all these factors came together in shaping how institutions in the Boston area contributed to addressing the pandemic in the context of the United States response to the pandemic. So the next thing, I'm going to be talking about the case of the Boston Collaborative as an illustration of some of the ecosystem that I have been talking about. And what is the Boston Collaborative? This is just a set of scientists and scientific labs and science administrators from academic institutions, pharmaceutical labs, and public health agencies in the Boston area, from Boston University, Tufts University, MIT, Harvard, Boston area hospitals, and from pharmaceutical research labs. And what happened was that when the pandemic outbreak, a bunch of these people came together and had a meeting, sat down, tried to understand what is the work that each of us have been doing, and how can we bring those unique expertise in each of these labs together to provide a response to the pandemic that's just evolving. And that was earlier on in the pandemic. But looking at the features of the ecosystem that I just described earlier, we're talking about starting with about 80 labs that grew up to over 100 labs over time. We're talking about scientists who are co-located in a particular hub in the Boston area. And these are labs who over time have been having a lot of collaboration. Pretty much everybody in one lab knows people in the other labs. They've been sharing cell lines, sharing samples, sharing some type of equipment, reading each other's work, and understand each other's strengths and ways in which one's work can complement the work of the other person. So the analogy of that would be to have in the Yaba area, for instance, you have NIMR, you have the hospitals in Yaba, you have a bunch of other research organizations, and people who are working in all these labs are working together, sharing samples, sharing materials, sharing equipment, but not just that, but also co-writing grants, collaborating on grants. It is having this kind of pre-existing relationship that makes it easy when challenges of this nature break out for people to actually come together and be able to map a coherent and collaborative approach to addressing that problem. And it's not just a relationship among academic scientists and academic labs. It's also a relationship that extends to industrial labs. A lot of pharmaceutical firms have one kind of lab or the other located within that hub. So, when academic scientists come up with with concepts, you can find pharmaceutical firms that would put money on that, or put some of their resources or some of the facilities that might be difficult for academic institutions, but the private sector might be able to afford. They can put that behind such ideas. And public health agencies are bringing not just government money, but also bringing the authority of the government to back such collaborative effort. So I'm just going to talk about, so that is the nature of the ecosystem. And do we see evidence that this kind of ecosystem is working, apart from the myriad of academic papers that's been written on the effectiveness of scientific hubs of this nature, we can see just in the case of this pandemic, for instance, we've all heard about the Moderna vaccine, which is one of the two leading vaccines that's out there right now. So Moderna is a firm that's located in the Massachusetts area. So some of the output that's come from, that you can see from these very interesting collaborative network. A bunch of the diagnostics that the CDC deployed early came out of the work that was being done by scientists in a bunch of the labs in this Boston hub. And in terms of diagnostics, in terms of the clinical trials of some of the early drugs that were actually not found to be effective, and in terms of the development of the vaccine, but the preclinical development and the clinical development of the vaccine that we have right now, this hub, especially for the Moderna vaccine, this hub actually made very important contributions. So I have emphasized the fact that the ecosystem is the performance limiting factor. But where do we go from here? The first issue in the context of Nigeria, from my own perspective, the first issue is to have an overarching strategy for science and technology. Yes, there's a lot of strategy documents that we have that are circulated, that are adopted by government agencies, but it's not enough. It's not enough for government officials in some place to come up, very dense, actually very insightful, a lot of times, very insightful documents. We also need to see the reflection. For it to really be a strategy, we also need to see the reflection of that document in so many other areas. Do we see the niches and the areas of focus that are being articulated by this strategy? Do we see that feeding into the appointments and promotions in the universities that are owned by these governments? Do we see research institutes, public agencies, do we see them incentivize crosstalk and cross-collaboration with academic scientists? Do people get promoted? Do people get hired because of the extent to which they are collaborating with people across sectors? And to the extent that this crosstalk and this cross-collaboration is not being embedded in the reward and incentive system that we have in our academic institutions, in our public agencies, in our private sector, such ecosystem would just not occur. And beyond that, when we come up with these strategy documents, does the government actually put the money where, does the government actually put the money where its mouth is? Do we see funding? Do we see funding to support the key elements of such strategy? Do we see funding to ensure that we see appropriate co-location of research resources that are needed for us to bring together the kind of collaboration, the kind of ecosystem that can actually produce work that's not just, that does not just serve the lab, but serve to address the current challenges that are facing us, as a nation, as institutions, as a community. So, the need for an overarching strategy is very important. Like I've just mentioned, we need to transform the reward and incentive system in our academic and research institutes to reflect the fact that we do not just value teaching and research, for the sake of research. We're not just counting the number of publications, but we actually value to what extent that people collaborating, are they interacting with people not just in their sector, but people in other sectors, in public agencies, in the industrial labs. And then finally, I think that we need to integrate outreach and that transsectoral inclination in our training and research models. Once more, I want to thank you for the opportunity to make these brief remarks. I know we're way behind schedule, and I'll be, I'm happy to have more, to expatiate more, have more conversation when we come, as we go into the question and answers. Thank you so much.
Hello.
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 We can hear you, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Motayo, we really appreciate you and we want to thank you for that beautiful presentation. By way of ending up, we noted that you really emphasize the strategy, incentive, funding, and collaboration, just like what Professor Salako did. You are most welcome. The floor is open for questions. Please, in asking the question, you tell us your name, institution, and the presenter you are directing your question to. I think we should be able to take 4 questions in all. May I have your hands up if you want to ask a question? No question?
My bros, the questions have been sent to the chat room.
Okay.
This question reads, sir, it was a wonderful presentation, Prof.
Okay.
If I heard it clear, I think his presentation on translational research encouraged multi-involvement of researchers in pursuit of a particular research, but in many universities now, their appraisal book, Yellow Book, only allows the maximum of 3 persons to be acknowledged during their appraisal in a published journal paper. Do you think that it is the right thing to do? If not, how can we tackle this in our various different research institutes? To Professor Salako. If possible, suggest the number of persons that can be acknowledged during appraisal for the impact of their work in the society.
Professor Salako, take note.
Hello. Yeah, I'm trying to respond to that question. If I understand what I hope you are hearing me.
We are hearing you loud and
clear. If I understand what the person is talking about, I think there is a difference between authorship and acknowledgement. Now, authorship in a multidisciplinary research has no limit, as long as there is a proof that everyone on that list has a role to play. This is in an attempt to prevent gift authorship, which is very common among people in the past. And that is what has led to journals asking you to describe the role played by each of the authors these days. So if someone has no significant role, or if someone has been paid for his role during the process, then that person cannot be an author. Now, for acknowledgement, it's just for people who, one way or the other, cannot be authors, but yet they have done some kind of assistance to that project to take it to where it is. And this, again, is not as clear. The rule guiding that is not as clear as the rule guiding authorship. So it's woolly, and it allows for authors to put anybody's name just to give them some kind of recognition. So I agree with the fact that it's been limited to 3. I don't think in one project you have much more than 3 people or group of people to acknowledge, really. So my opinion. What of Larry? What does he think?
Well, thank you, Prof. I think my take would be that it depends on the nature of the project. Sometimes there are projects where, you know, I've worked with people who are working on very large projects, looking at genomics across, looking at, genomics projects across very large geographies, maybe global genomic analysis. Sometimes you need, I mean, in that kind of situation, it's hard. You can't even find samples from just one location. You need to pull together a whole number of people to do that. But I presume that that's not the usual case in what's being described right now. But my general impression is that it should not be a hard and fast. It shouldn't be a hard and fast rule about having 2 or 3 or 4 people. I mean, there should be a lot of some flexibility in the appraise. I mean, whoever is appraising to actually look at what is the nature of the project, and is it credible? Does it make sense? Is it credible that you're going to have so many people collaborating in this? I mean, in this project. And like Prof has just said, what is most important is that we're able to articulate what is the unique intellectual contribution that each group or each individual is actually making to that project. So I would think that moving to a regime where the assessors actually look carefully at each project and think about, well, whoever is contributing to this project, what is it? What exactly is the intellectual contribution that you're making here that merits your being on the project, or that merits you're being accorded the credit for this project? Thank you.
More questions? Any question? Any other question?
Yes, sir. Another question here.
Yep.
Dr. Motayo, can you shed light on how U.S. researchers reached this level of collaboration?
Well, thank you. The first thing I wanted to note is that, well, the extent of the collaboration that I described is not necessarily, a closely knit ecosystem of that nature is not necessarily what you find in all areas in the US. I mean, there are hubs like what I just described in the Boston hub that operate that way. But I presume that what this questioner is asking is, how did this hub come together? So this hub, I mean, in fairness, it's a very long-term, it's a project that's been, I'm saying it's a project that's been built over so many decades, building, and there's a lot that the research leadership in the state or in a country can do, because one of the key ingredients that I noted earlier is the co-location of scientists in a particular geographical niche. You look at the Boston area, you find so many sophisticated hospitals, you find so many pharmaceutical firms locating their industrial labs in that area. You find academic hospitals, academic medical centers that are located in that area. So when you have scientists of different persuasions, different intellectual leanings at different stages of their career, of different approaches to science, co-locating together in that area with, and people who are in different levels of the transitional research chain, people gravitate together ultimately. So that's the first thing, co-location. There has to be a deliberate attempt to co-locate people in a particular area. And secondly, part of what Prof had noted earlier, there has to be incentives, the incentives that scientists care about. So that academic promotion, hiring, funding, there has to be some part of that is tied to collaboration, that is tied to engaging with your colleagues in the hub. So those two factors, more than anything else, I think has incentivized that level of close-knit relationship. One thing I didn't mention about that collaboration was that a lot of funding was involved, about $150 million. So there's funding involved, there's co-location involved, and these are people who've interacted with each other over time, even before the pandemic arose. So I would think that having a hub of that nature is very key, is integral to building that ecosystem.
There's I think Paul Capo.
All right.
Can you yeah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thanks, Prof. I just want to respond to the question initially asked as regarding authorship and acknowledgements on research articles, then possibly basically will touch on what Dr. Motayo have just answered. Regarding that, I think it's very clear. If you write a paper, there's something called ICMJE authorship. So whoever should be on the paper should fall into one of those criteria that is actually clearly delineated and identified there. And I think one of them, I think there's about 4, you have to make substantial contribution to the concept and design of the work. You have to be involved in analysis, acquisition, interpretation of data, and also writing up of that paper. So I sincerely believe that should sort that out as regards authorship. Then as regards acknowledgements, yeah, you basically can acknowledge whoever has helped, but has not substantially added something to that work. So there shouldn't be any fast rule or something about that. So I think that clears that. Then the issue with collaboration, which I want to state, and I think collaboration basically stems from having mutual interests in what we're doing, that is a research area. Just like Dr. Omota has mentioned, that you have to look about location, and not only that, you also need to look at what about the equipment that is required to be used. Because if you look at on the African continent, the amount of research funding that flows to our universities is not as much like we have in other big institutions. So we also need to look at, okay, I'm going to do this experiment, this study. Where am I going to get the equipment to do that? Where am I going to get samples? So this brings about various people who has a shared interest in carrying out a particular study, and I think that basically adds to our discourse as regards our scientific working together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Professor Elemo, I can see your hand up. Professor Elemo, your hand is up. Hello. Hello, Professor Babajide Elemo, your hand is up.
Hello, sir. My professor, we still have one more question in the chat room.
Okay, can we have that?
Professor Salako, can you confirm if one of NIMR terms of operation is to seek collaboration with universities, and how much of that is NIMR doing? And then somebody is asking lobbying versus incentivizing. I don't know what that question is all about, but that is what we have in the chat room.
Okay. Professor Salako, can you do a response to the one that directly relates to you?
Yes. Hello. Yeah. Thank you. I was just
trying
to answer the same question.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Can you
Hello,
hear me?
sir.
Clearly, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. All right. So I was just trying to answer the same question through the chat room here. NIMR has a mandate to work with ministries of health, universities, both local and international, and non-government governmental organizations. And we have been doing a lot of that, much more with foreign universities. And of recent, in the last 4 years or thereabout, we have been trying to establish a collaboration with universities within Nigeria. And we have not really gotten the expected response from government universities, surprisingly though. And so we paid attention to some of the private universities who have accepted our offer of adjunct lecturers in these universities without pay. We think that is an opportunity for them to get many of our PhDs and medics to work for them for free. What we only wanted them to do was to assess these people's output and papers and promote them by their university standards to professor. But I don't know what happened. Many of them didn't understand this. They say things like they want to become professor by backdoor. And I wonder whether they have seen what goes on in the West. I mean, in the US, there are people working with the CDC, and there are professors with the Emory University. Even in South Africa and Africa here, people working in Stellenbosch, Cape Town, South African Medical Research Council, and there are professors in the university, Cape Town, Stellenbosch. So that is not new at all. It only improves our collaboration and network. But somehow, some of the government universities that we have approached really haven't given us any positive. So we are working with now the lead city universities, and we're also working with Eco Medical University of Science. These are universities that have accepted our proposal, and they are now using some of our lecturers as supervisors, also teaching in their class. And we are now working together in terms of research, grants, and projects. So we are doing pretty well along that line. And we only hope that government universities, when we revisit them, will have a rethink and take advantage of this. Over.
Professor Salako, let me provide you with this information. Lasu has such a program. I am very sure if you approach Lasu, Lasu will be able to do that for you. There's even one we are having with the French village.
Bro, we have approached Lasu. I don't want to move any university.
Maybe you reawaken it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Any other question in the room? I can see Professor Lemo has been raising his hand, but I think he's gone. He's no longer here. If there is no any other question, Chairman, can we please go for the break?
My professor, lobbying versus incentivizing, we still have that pending as a question.
Professor Akintola?
Okay. So my
LOC, can we go for the break? Hello, Professor Akintola. In the absence of further questions, Chairman, any remark? Dean Science. Hello? Chairman.
Yes, sir.
In the absence
Well,
of further questions.
I think there was one question hanging.
I don't think there is.
There is one on lobbying.
That question wasn't really clear. Lobbying
okay.
or what? Yeah, so it's not, I don't think it's very clear. So in the absence of further questions, I think we can go on break. How long will the break take? When are we expected back?
It's 10 minutes, then we should be back. But you need to thank, please help us thank our speakers.
I will.
Okay.
Professor Salako, we are very, very appreciative of your delivery. We really learned a lot from that. And we are happy to have you on. Professor Motayo, we have really learned a lot about the ecosystem in Boston. And I believe that if we adopt such, it's going to be very helpful to the Nigerian situation. I want to thank all of you, including the chairman, the dean, and the previous speakers. So I wish you the very best. Have a wonderful day. Bye. Can we clap for them?
On behalf of all members of Faculty of Science,
Professor Akintola, what next?
Yes, the dean wants to appreciate the speakers.
Okay. Dean of Science.
Yes, I'm here. I'm with them at HSLAD. On behalf of every member of Faculty of Science, the distinguished Professor Martin Stanachika, and all professors in the faculty and all staffs, we want to say very, very much thank you to Professor Sadako for your time given to us, and Professor Omotayo for being with us. We want to say very, very much thank you. Thank you, thank you. And I know the next time we will call you again, you'll be there for us. Thank you. And don't forget, we still come for collaboration and to do more work with your Thank you very much. And the simple professor, thank you very much, sir. Have a lovely afternoon, and then we meet in 10 minutes time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the amazing thing. We will just observe, because we are about 10 minutes behind schedule now, and we have Professor Aribisala seated, who is going to chair the next session. So maybe I should leave this to Professor Aribisala to take charge and then suggest what we do, because we are supposed to go for break, but we know we are behind schedule, and we don't want to. We know people may want to stretch their legs, but at the same time, we want to keep the beautiful audience. We don't want to lose touch. So let me just introduce Professor Aribisala, who now will take over from the distinguished professor. Professor Aribisala is just the immediate past dean of the Faculty of Science. And well, the other ones, maybe we have to tell this beautiful audience himself. All we know is that he's a great scholar. And Professor Aribisala, sir, you can take over from here.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm thinking that, I don't know, we're supposed to have a 10 minutes break. So it really depends whether we want to observe the break or we just carry on. But it seems we've been on for over an hour now, even about 2 hours. So I think we should just have 5 minutes for everybody to stretch their legs, and then we can continue. So maybe we can come back in the next 5 minutes. But we can be connected just to move around. So that is precisely 12:35. We can start this session. So I think that will be good for health reasons. So let's just relax, stretch your legs, move around the room, and then by 12:35, we will start this session. Thank you very much.
Lagos State University. Lasu, and we are proud. We are Lasu, and we are proud.
About it, though.
Great vision, where Carrington learning is a mission. It's a fountain for all who thirst for knowledge. The human race on to flesh. Shine with your light, our great citadel. In truth and service, in truth and service. Lagos State University. Let's all shine for humanity. Together, lift higher banner. Joining hands, every tongue together. In radiance, in every heart. We are Lasu, and we are proud. We are Lasu, and we are proud.
Mhm.
Okay, so I think we can get started now. I just was thinking we should have 2 more minutes to make sure everybody is seated. So we're starting this session now, the plenary session, and my own name is Benjamin. My name is Benjamin Aribisala. I'm a professor of computer science in Lagos State University. And we have great speakers, great scientists who have been invited to as plenary speakers for this afternoon. And we know this is Fosic Faculty of Science International Conference 2020. And I want to recognize, before I introduce the speakers, I can see some of our principal officers, Professor Oyedamola Oke, the DVC admin, the Dean of Faculty of Science, Professor Adenike Boyo, Professor, our distinguished Professor, Professor Anateka, and all other principal officers. I can see the UL, you are recognized. So everybody is important, and I want to appreciate everybody for joining us at this conference. And we have 2 speakers for this session. We have Professor Abidemi Paul Capo from University of Johannesburg. And then we have Professor Mbarika from University of East Carolina in the US. By the way, University of Johannesburg is in South Africa. And so each of them has 15 minutes to make their presentation. And the way we're going to do it is that Professor Capo will present first, and this will be followed by Professor Mbarika, and then we're going to take questions. And I want to encourage us, you can raise up your hand, to ask questions. But if you feel more comfortable to send a chat, please use the chat room, but please indicate the person that your question is targeting. So once again, I want to welcome everybody to Faculty of Science International Conference. And I want before Professor Capo, but Professor Capo, you can actually start to share your screen now, but because it's the one coming, so I will just read the citation by way of introducing Professor Capo. Professor Capo Abidemi has BSc degree in biochemistry from Lagos State University, that's Lasu, and he has MSc degree in biochemistry as well from University of Lagos, Unilag, and he obtained his PhD from University of Western Cape in South Africa, and that PhD degree is in biotechnology. And he is an expert in structural biology. He actually started his career in Lagos State University and has moved through the ranks and is a professor currently in the University of Western Cape. He has won many awards, but I just mentioned one because of time. Dr. Anjori, you are disturbing us. Can somebody mute Dr. Anjori, please? So Professor Capo has won many research, due to his hard work, and the fact that he has been pushing boundaries as an international scholar. One of them is from South African Medical Research Council, and that award was to enable him to build research capacity and train, young South African scientists in biomedical sciences. He's happily married with 2 children, Daniel and Daniela. So, Professor Capo, you are most welcome to Lagos State University and to this conference. So you can now carry on and make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, sir. Very good.
All right, thank you. This is homecoming for me, and I just want to thank the organizers. I actually started as a student in Lasu, finished from Lasu, worked for a while, and before I left, I think about 20 years ago, and I've been in South Africa since then. So I'm very excited to come. I want to thank the organizers, Prof. Akintola and Dr. Bankole and the team. I also want to thank the Dean of Science. Above all, I want to thank my lecturers who taught me biochemistry when I was at Lasu. Specifically, I saw Prof. Lemo and the other lecturers who are still there. So I want to thank them for very good education that they have given me. So today, my topic is looking at molecular approaches in curtailing the scourge of diseases. So what are the molecular approaches that are being used, in studying diseases, in curtailing the scourge of diseases? Basically, in curtailing diseases, you want to look at drug discovery and development, and you also want to talk about vaccine development as well. We all know about COVID-19 and how much vaccine has been developed and how we're all looking forward to vaccines, that for people to be vaccinated so that we can go about our normal life. But what do we do? What do I do in my lab? So one of the things we do, we use biomathematics. We do mathematics, even though we are biochemists, we use biomathematics. This is just an example to show you what we do. We use bioinformatics, which Professor Salako has mentioned, which is a new area which basically reduces the time spent, in doing our core wet lab. And we also do molecular biology and biophysics. And this actually is with a collaboration with a good friend of mine. And we basically working on cancer drug discovery. Another one is nanotechnology, which my lab also do. The idea is to fabricate early detection diagnostics for cancer and HIV, specifically that of HIV, we want to be able to diagnose HIV within 72 hours of infection. So that we use nanotechnology in that aspect. And then the X-ray crystallography, which is structural biology. Now, today I will want to take you to quick, because I'm giving a plenary. So I would like to take you quickly to some of the little things we've done over the years just about schistosomiasis and looking at a particular protein. Now, schistosomiasis, as we all know, is a disease that afflicts, the African continent. Over 97% of people suffering from this disease lives in Africa. And Nigeria is, has 29 million people, and you can see DR Congo 19, Tanzania 19, Tanzania 19, DR Congo 15, and Mozambique 13. And in South Africa, we have about 5 million people which have been infected, looking at the publication of Magaiza et al. 2015. And this is a life cycle. I wouldn't want to waste time on it, but what we need to know is that the worm that causes this disease, the schistosoma worm, actually transverses between from the snail, the freshwater snail, to the human body. So from the cold region onto a hot region. So we will see how it goes. And these are the various symptoms, and those who are really, really predisposed to these are children who bath in infected waters, our women who does their washing and cleaning, and here you can see the various phenotypes of what the disease can look like. Now, and the other part of it that we really were interested in is basically looking at, because a colleague of ours looked at female genital schistosomiasis, and we found out that this disease can actually predispose sufferers to sandy patches in their genital area, HPV, which causes cervical cancer, and also HIV. So we were interested. But what then is the problem statement? Our problem statement here is the sense that the drug of choice in treating this disease is actually praziquantel. But this drug has been in existence for the past 50 years, almost 50 years. And due to drug pressure, there have been concerns about drug resistance of the worm of recent. So the idea is to actually discover and design new drugs for this infection. So, and we also know that the worm is able to survive via the upregulation of two types of proteins, which is basically heat shock proteins and universal stress proteins. So one of what I'll be talking about today will be the universal stress protein. So this publication by Umba et al. In 2013, supervised by Professor Awofolu, who also has his root in Lasu, and also a friend of mine, Raphael Isopei from the States, actually prioritized a particular protein called G4SZI3 protein as a druggable target for this infection. So, and we looked at that, did a review article on that, and we also found that, yes, we actually can work on this protein to design new drug for this infection. Now, what then what then do we do? So the way we went about our work is to basically look at polyphenols. We know that when schistosomiasis happens, or when someone is suffering from that infection, there is always the generation of reactive oxygen species. And we know that plant bioactive compounds from plants, especially polyphenols, are anti-oxidative scavengers of these reactive oxygen species, thereby ameliorating every disease episode. So we went out to look at various polyphenolic compounds, and then we applied bioinformatics analysis to using this to the protein and the compounds, and eventually we prioritize about 5 of these. So how did we go along it? We did docking analysis, and I'm very happy the chairperson is a professor of computer science, so I'm sure he will have an idea of what I'm talking about. So we modeled the structure of the protein, and then we dug the protein into the polyphenol compounds into the active sites of the protein. And these are the 5 that were prioritized based on the docking score that you've seen. So these 5 gave us a very good docking squad. Catechin, curcumin, we all know about curcumin, and then dalbergine, quercetin, which we also know about. So having done that, then we now did what is called the post-MD simulation. We did simulations, and after the simulations, we looked at the post-MD simulation analysis. So what we're seeing here is that the apple that you see here is basically the protein on its own before it is being complexed with the phenolic compounds. And what we see is that the RMSD tells us about the stability of that protein when it is complexed. So what we want to see is that if the protein is stable, even after complexing the polyphenol compounds, then it means that the polyphenolic compounds will not basically be effective in reducing the oxidative stress or the reactive oxygen species that are being produced. But from this chart, what we can see is that almost all of this polyphenolic complex actually show the very high RMSD or above that of the apple. So we are very happy with that. Then we move on to look at the structural flexibility of the protein, that when it is complex with the polyphenolic compounds, what do we see? So looking at the various residues, we found out that the fluctuations that happens shows that catechin, dalbergine, and quercetin basically has very low fluctuations. So we started looking at possibly using one of these three or all three to actually design the new drug that we think we want to design. Moving on to, then we now also did a post-MD simulation analysis looking at the radius of gyration of the C alpha of the protein upon docking to these polyphenolic compounds. So what we found out after 100 nanoseconds is that almost all of the polyphenolic compounds induces conformational change or stability onto the protein itself, which is what we are expecting. So we move on to look at the hydrogen bond profile, and when we look at the hydrogen bond profile, we found out that all the polyphenolic compounds the atoms in there were able to form hydrogen bonds with the protein. Hence, we did what is called molecular mechanism, generalized bond, the GBSA binding analysis. And at the end of what we were able to look is that catechin and curcumin were able to give us very good results. So we prioritize catechin and curcumin, and we now use the two to design a pharmacophore. I didn't put the pharmacophore model here because I don't know if you will be transmitting this or you want to put it on the internet, because these are results that are very dear to us. But what I'll show you is that over 100 nanosecond simulations that we did, from 10, you could see the movement of this polyphenolic compound into the active sites of the protein. And after the pharmacophore modeling, what we found out is that we eventually now found 3 compounds which basically have very good properties as anti-schistosoma compounds. So I didn't put the names, and I also didn't put all their properties because these are very dear to us and we just can't release the name yet. So these are the first 3 compounds that we basically found using this polyphenolic compound, and studies are on to basically push this to test them over schistosoma worms in the lab, doing in vitro study to see if there is if what we see using bioinformatics, we also can see it using the wet lab approach. Having done that, some of the results were published this year, and that is the publication that came out of it. Now we now move on to, because my topic was basically to look at molecular approaches. And another molecular approach that we use is to look at molecular biology. So molecular biology, we basically clone the gene of the protein G4SZI3 into a vector, which is called the PQE30. And after cloning it, we did double digest, and the double digest was able to show us that we have the insert running directly as the right size. And from there, we express the protein of interest, which was predicted to be 20.3 kilodalton, and these were running at the right band. We move on to do a large-scale expression of the protein, which was successful, and then we applied immobilized meta-affinity chromatography to actually purify the protein to homogeneity, and this is what we have. So the protein was quite purified, and then we move on to do gel filtration, and after gel filtration, these are the results of the gel filtration, and from there, we now move on to characterize the protein. Why do we need to characterize the protein? We need to characterize the protein because we want to solve the protein structure using macromolecular X-ray crystallography. And we need to be sure that the protein, throughout the process of making it, did not lose any of its inherent protein characteristics. So the first thing we did was to do FTIR, which looks at the backbone, the functional groups in the backbone of the protein. And the functional groups that were listed 1, 2, 3 were like the C-amide bond, the CC bond, and the CH bonds. And these were things that you see in proteins that are well folded. So the protein is still well folded. Then we did fluorescence spectroscopy. And the idea of this fluorescence spectroscopy is to ascertain at what wavelength will the protein maximally absorb light. And this biophysical method showed us that our protein will maximally absorb light at about 340 nanometer. Then we need to know that how stable is this protein even when we leave it on the bench. So we did a differential scanning calorimetry analysis, and this biophysical experiment showed us that the protein at a temperature of 110 degrees centigrade is stable, but immediately above 110 degrees, the protein becomes denatured and it becomes being flexible. Then we continue with our work, and we did what we used X-ray crystallography. We generated crystals, and these are the first crystals that were generated, not so good. And then other sets in B and in C, we now found the crystals now being well formed. From these crystals, we solved the structure of the protein, which happens to be the first universal stress protein structure ever to be solved in Schistosoma mansoni. Even though the structure is not really perfect because the resolution is about 3.99, and you expect resolution to be between from 1 to 2.5. So we basically solved the structure using this crystal, and this is the first look of the structure using from Rosetta, and the electron density map wasn't looking great. There were still so many missing parts of the protein. Hence, we did structural refinement using CUT software, and we found some of the missing parts and we added it. And this is the final structure that we have. But even with this final structure, you will see that there are still some of these space bonds are still not filled up. This side, some of them are still missing. So the idea with this will be to actually crystallize the protein again. Now, we know that universal stress protein, of which the G4SZI3 protein is a member, can either bind ATP or not bind ATP. So the first thing we did was to actually solve the structure without ATP. And eventually, we now did co-crystallization of the protein with ATP, and we got perfect crystals. And this was something which we've done intensely for the past 1 year. We only got these crystals just last week. And these crystals have been sent to the UK, where we will now collect data remotely from our lab in South Africa. And to finish up what I've just spoken to you, now we will continue to solve the structure. We believe we will get a better structure after doing that. And we also believe that the 3 phenolic compound-based anticystosomal compounds, we will synthesize them. And there we normally work with inorganic chemists, and then also derivatize analogs, which we will now do in vitro testing of these 3 phenolic compounds and the analogs. And basically, we can now, if we find anyone with very good inhibitory properties, then we can now move on to patent this and possibly maybe commercialize this any of those compounds. And the other thing we also want to do is that we, like 2 years ago, found antimicrobial peptides. Prof. Salako talks about antimicrobial resistance. So we found 6 antimicrobial peptides, which we named TAC 1 to 6, and we are at the moment evaluating the anti-schistosomal activity. We also want to crystallize the structure because remember I said the protein actually work in consonance with another protein called the heat shock proteins. So we want to actually form the complex of these 2 proteins, crystallize it, and basically do the structure. And after the structure, we want to employ fragment-based drug discovery, in which we basically will look at the hotspots of the protein complex and then be able to discover or design some more new drugs to treat this infection. And I would just like to acknowledge the students who have done the work. This is Dr. Masamba, who is my current postdoctoral fellow, and the PhD student who is involved with the work, and Dr. Adenowa, which actually also have her roots in Lasu biochemistry, but did her PhD with me in South Africa, and I guess she's back to Lasu now as a lecturer. And another of my postdoc, Dr. Geraldine Monsami. And I want to acknowledge my funders. South African Medical Research Council has been generous funders of my research work in the last 5 years, in which yearly they fund me to the tune of R1 million, which is a lot of money. And also the National Research Foundation, also for funding, University of Johannesburg, which I've just joined early in the year, and my former university, University of Zululand. And to all of you listening, I say thank you so much for listening to me, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We appreciate you. It's really a great thing to have you, and we're really proud of you for the great efforts you are making in the field of biochemistry. I was enjoying the talk, and I could see the multidisciplinary nature of your research, which is what we promote now. And so thank you, Prof, for sharing those thoughts and research outputs of yours with us. We have some questions for you, but I will be reading them to you later. But now we want to quickly have the second plenary speaker, Professor Mbarika. Professor Mbarika, if you are, I know you are on. Can someone please unmute Prof. Professor Mbarika? And then if you can share your screen as I actually introduce you formally to this great audience. Prof. Is Professor Mbarika connected? Chairman? LOC Chair?
Yes, I think he was here. Maybe he was disconnected not long ago.
Okay. We may need someone to contact him, and so we can use this time to take some questions while we wait for him.
Thank you very much, Prof. Standing in for the LOC Chair. So I think we can go ahead with the questions, the question and answer segment, while we work that out, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So I will be reading the questions, Professor Kako. Fantastic presentation. Now, 1 sec. Okay, so there is a question here, or maybe a comment. From someone, it says, thanks, Professor Capo, for the wonderful presentation. What is Professor Capo, are you with me, please? You may please unmute, Prof. Prof, are you with me? Can someone unmute him? I know he's talking, but I can't hear him. Oh, okay, excellent. Thank you, sir. Now, there is a question for you. It says here, wonderful presentation. What is the average time and cost it takes such research to move from the bench to the market? So that's average time, and second part of that question is, how much of this work can be published before it gets to the market? So 2 in 1. Please note that. I will read the second, and then you can make your comments, please. So the other question is, okay, kudos, brilliant, okay, excellent, thanks. Oh, okay, it seems those are the 2 questions we have for now. So, Prof, up to you.
All right, thank you so much, Chairman, Chairperson. I guess, yes, the first question is let me get it. What is the average time, and cost it would take to move this from the bench to market? Okay. In the earlier years when I started in South Africa, my idea was to publish a lot of papers and basically move through the ranks like Dr. Omotayo said. And I think I did a lot of that. And at least in a year, I think I published sometimes up to 20, even this year of COVID, I've got 21 papers and 2 book chapters. But along the line, I got to a stage where I said I needed to look at commercialization of products. Now, if I will tell you the HIV project first, I want to start with the HIV project, the diagnostics for HIV, which I've been working on. It has taken us, myself and my collaborator, Prof. Meyer, I think it has taken us the last 3 to 4 years for the HIV project. And the reason is that students come and go. So we don't get to the lab ourselves, even though I basically do some experiment myself in the lab, but we really don't do much of experiment. You spend much of your time in committees, Senate, admin duties, and so on and so forth. And also, I also don't stay often in South Africa. I travel a lot. But looking at the time, I think it takes about 3 to 4 years. And we are at the stage now where we want to apply for, to the university to actually patent that product. Now, and the cost, I will say the cost is huge. I will not lie. The cost is huge. And one of the questions I have actually wanted to ask Prof. Salako before, and possibly even His Excellency, was how much of government will is there for researchers to actually find money to do research in Nigeria? So it's a question I wanted to ask, because if I say I should quantify how much we've spent on these reagents, traveling, a lot of things that it's a lot of money. And the South African Medical Research Council has been very magnanimous to me, and also the National Research Foundation. And just to give you a little bit of idea, my former university gives me about 400,000. They gave me 400,000 in the first year rounds. And I know if you do your conversion to Naira, you will know how much that is. And the following year, I got 340,000. So I've always gotten money in the form of between 300,000 to 500,000 per year to support that research from the university. But from the Medical Research Council, I got about $1 million every year to add to that. And also the money I'm able to raise from the National Research Foundation. So it's a lot of money, I will not lie to you. But I know that from collaboration also, we basically can do a lot. So I don't want you to be dejected, thinking it's a lot of money, but I can promise you, if you look for good collaborations, you basically, can get a lot of work done. And the second question is, how much can be published before commercialization? Yes, you will notice that I basically skipped, in fact, I skipped a lot of slides. So somehow the presentation almost wanted to look disjointed, because I took out, there are some important results that was taken out of the presentation, because I really don't know if this will be kept online or will be beamed. So I don't want to push too much. So we basically look at what we can publish to tell a good story, and also what we need to protect so that we can have our patent done. So you can publish as much as possible, but there are some certain results that you cannot take out. If you look at the paper that I showed you, you will find out that with that paper, the inhibitors were not stated in that paper. We didn't add the inhibitor to that paper, and we also did not add the pharmacophore to that paper, because anybody who has a very good knowledge of computer science or bioinformatics, like the chairperson, can actually, pick on that and actually work it out from there. So that was not revealed at all. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So thank you. So you've hidden some information from us. We understand, That's okay. You encrypted, and then we're not going to try to decrypt, and we know that intellectual property is extremely important, because a lot of efforts goes into what we are talking about here. So so I think, let's see if there is any other question. So thank you, Prof. That was dealt with, professionally, because, a lot of things go into costing. It depends on the product you're targeting. It depends on the cost of manufacturing. It depends on the market, and it depends on the score you are expecting, maybe the grant, and it depends on the team involved. Collaboration is just the right way to go. Nobody has everything. Some people have knowledge, and some people have the financial resources. That's why we all need to work together. I was, inspired by your work. And so that's very interesting. So, but let's see if there is any other question, or from LOC side, were you able to get access to Professor Mbarika?
No, for now, sir, we intend to go ahead with the program. That's to go for lunch break with your kind permission and summary. Then thereafter, we come back for the next. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So thank you. So in rounding up, so we're going to be embarking on lunch. How long will that take? How long? When do you expect us back?
1 hour, but looking at the time now, looking at the time now, for another 30 minutes, sir.
So you want us back each? That's 1:40. Would that be perfect? Yeah, 1:40.
Or 1:45, sir. 1:45.
Or 1:45. Okay. So 1:45. 1:45 is when we expect people to come back, to carry on. And when we come back, Dr. Anjorin, so we splitting into sessions, or what do we do when we come back?
Exactly. But before we go into the different technical sessions, once we have Professor Mbarika online, we would like to take his lecture before we now go for the technical session.
Oh, I got it. Thank you very much. So now, when we converge, we have 15 minutes, and then we finish by 2 p.m., and then we can split into sessions. So on behalf of the Faculty of Science, the Dean, and the LOC, we want to appreciate Professor Capo for this wonderful and inspiring talk. And we want to appreciate the audience for your patience. We really appreciate you. And we want all of us to now go on lunch break. So when you just leave the meeting, at the waiting room just before you go, help yourself with a pack of lunch, and we'll see you later. So thank you very much. Is that approved, Dr. Jerry?
Approved, sir. Thank you, Prof. We really appreciate you for sharing. Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So we see everybody back in at 1:45. Yes.
Exactly. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Cool.
Míyàjà kó bọ́ síbí náà.
Okay, I think we can start now. Let me make sure that I can be heard. Any LOC member, Chairman LOC? Any member of LOC connected? We need to know what we are doing. Do we have Professor Mbarika?
Oh, we thank you so much, sir, representing Chairman LOC.
Okay, so we need Professor.
We still don't have Professor Mbarika. So it has been suggested that we should go ahead with the technical session.
Okay, so that means we have saved some time. So
2 o'clock,
that's
sir.
all right.
Technical
So we
session
split
starts from 2, sir.
From 2. So that, do you want them to start at 2
Exactly,
or 2?
sir. 2 to 3.
Okay. So that means our lunch continues.
No,
so
on the
we
dot
can
of
eat
2,
more.
sir.
Huh?
Exactly, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's fine. So let me
Thank you,
go
sir.
and finish my pounded yam. That's great. Okay, so we can just ask people to break into sessions now, and so that we can continue, we can start the technical session at 2 p.m. So that's technically speaking, that's in 30 minutes time. So I wish everybody a great time at the technical session. Yes, so we have just about 30 minutes. And I think the login details for the technical sessions are not the same. So you may want to check online the login detail for your session, because we have 4 platforms and for the 4 sessions running in parallel. So they are designated room 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4. Room 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's it from my end. Thank you very much.
Mm. We we are still on break, and through the share LOC, want to conscientize everyone to be getting prepared before 2. We have just few minutes ahead that for the technical session, our dear Professor Aribisala will still come on board once it is 2 to tell us and to declare that session opened. But quickly, just to prepare our minds for the presenters that will be having 3 sessions: physical, chemical, and of course, biological. We have the presentation timetable already on the website, and likewise in PDF format. So we want to encourage the various presenters to please get prepared so that once we are called or we are invited, we should be ready to come on board to present our slides. We also want to repeat the fact that the technical team are set to share the various slides from the back end, and that's from our technical room here at the Lagos State University Faculty of Science. We also want to thank our international participants from Europe, from America, and of course from other African countries. So we'll be called upon. We have chairmen for each of the rooms. Like I earlier mentioned, that we'll be having 3 technical sessions. I mean the rooms for physical, chemical, and of course biological. So there are chairpersons or chairmen to mount each of the rooms. We will be inviting each of the participants to come on board, presenters to come on board, and to present their work. We thank you for your understanding.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a technical session for physical, room 1. So about the number. Do we have presenter number 128? Adelakun Najim. Adelakun Najim. Adelakun raised. Can you start presenting now? Or mute your mic. Adelakun.
Can't share screen. I have it.
Okay. Adelakun, can you share your screen? I see your hands up.
What's this abstract?
Abstract number 128. Adelakun, can you unmute your mic, please?
Adelakun can unmute himself.
Adelakun.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Fine.
Because you have not unmuted me before. That's why.
Oh, okay.
I believe
okay,
you can hear me.
fine.
You have to give me the access.
Yeah, I can hear you now. You have just 7 minutes. Your time starts now.
Okay, thank you very much. The title of my paper is Internship for Engineering Graduates, a panacea for technological development in Nigeria. The authors are Nojimo Adelakun and Akim A. Adeveshi. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Go ahead.
Next slide, please. You are the one controlling the slide.
Okay. Go ahead, go ahead.
So, okay, thank you very much. When we are talking about internship,
slide.
internship are a great way for students and engineering graduates to gain real-world work experience. And from what you know, majority of engineering graduates from developing nations, such as Nigeria, lack the technical employability skills that are compliant from industry that there are complaints from industry that fresh engineering graduates are not industry ready due to lack of adequate technical skill. For example, as at the second quarter of 2020, Nigerian unemployment rate is 27.1%, which amount to about 21.7 million. Next slide, please.
You are there.
So about the methodology now, a demographic survey was carried out in 50 industries located within Agbara Industrial Estate in Ogun State to determine the posting criteria of engineering graduates. And from the survey, it was discovered that only few members were posted to industries, which I will still explain further on later. And also a questionnaire was also administered online to know the posting of engineering graduates, and 300 results were computed. And this table one show more about that. This is about their place of primary assignments. In primary school only, we have 62 respondents, while we have in secondary, we have 145, and in tertiary, we have 33. So from what we have here, it shows that majority of engineering corps members were posted to school, while only 20 were posted to local governments, and 40 were posted to industries. Next slide, please. So this is a chart showing what I've just said now. And from this chart, it shows here that majority, that is more than 120 were posted to secondary school, which is what is common. And when they are posted to secondary school, that shows that they won't gain the required skill required to work in the field. And while only few were posted to other locations. And there is also a percentage pie chart here that also illustrates more about the posting of engineering graduates we have for the male and the female. And this other chart also shows the total percentage. The chart we have earlier shows different posting, place of primary assignment. Why this also illustrates more. And from figure 3 now, from figure 3, please, can you go to that figure 3, please? Next slide, please. So from this figure 3, it shows here that the highest number of engineering corps members were posted to secondary school to teach, which during that process, they gain little or no knowledge related to their field. And from this pie chart here, we have the percentage of each PPA. And from here, it's already computed, which is glaring there, that in tertiary education, we have only 11%, while local government 6.67%, and industry. That's the way we have it there. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
This is the next slide.
Okay, thank you. This is just the discussion from that result, though I've seen some of it theoretically earlier, that from figure 3, a total of 145 NYC engineering graduates were posted to secondary school out of the 300. Only 40 were posted to industry, which is the paramount, and that is what should have happened. That is where they can gain the required employability skill. And a total of 220 were posted to school in general when we calculated the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary. And the results show that only 20 NYC corps members were posted to local governments. Next slide, please.
You are
Next
there.
slide, please.
You are there. You are on the conclusion page.
Okay, it's not showing here. That's why. Okay, I can see it now. Okay, the paper now concludes that there is a need for well-supervised industrial training during their industrial attachments. what I'm trying to say here is that, you know, there is always industrial training, that's CUS, during their CUS, either for polytechnic, that is after the MD program, and for there should be a well supervised, like those after their MD, there is nothing like supervision. They don't supervise them. Why in university, during their CUS in 300 level, there is supervision, but it's not well supervised. That should be critically looked into, so that, and there should be a kind of law to enforce that they go to a place related to their field of study. And at this note, so we now have that there should be a redress to the posting of engineering graduates. So I've said that also, that there should be any engineering graduate must be posted to a field related to their course of study. And most importantly, of all the engineering graduates, most important, posting of all engineering graduates to field to related field during their 1 year service year. That is similar to the housemanship we have for the medical personnel, so that through that way they can get the required skill, so that there won't be anything like maybe we have half-baked. So thank you very much. These are some of the selected references.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. It's now time for questions.
Okay, sir.
Please, if you have any questions, kindly do that by raising up your hand. You shall be called upon. Any question, please? Okay. If there are no questions, we assume all the attendees are quite okay with this presentation. Thank you, Mr. Nojimdin Adelaku. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts here.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just hold on. Hand is raised by Professor Abidemi Kapo. Please, you can go ahead.
Mr. Adelaku,
unmute yourself, sir.
I want to know what need actually led to this research work.
Okay, sir. Is that all the questions, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. What led to it is just a simple case, because it happens everywhere that these days so many industries are complaining that engineering graduates are not industry ready. They don't have the employability skills. And that is one of the reasons. And why the other reason is that there is also a kind of thing that majority of engineering graduates were posted to a place of primary assignment that are not even related to their field of study. So that is the main reason, that is some of what prompted this research. So all the professional bodies like the NSC, the COREN, and also the NYSC, if you look at it critically, of recent, I heard that there was a law that all engineering graduates will be posted to a field related to their field of study, which reverse is still the case. Even from the recent posting, some are still posted here. So that is what led to that.
Okay, I was of the opinion that to have a conclusive report from this study, it would have been better to also possibly, look at the engineering companies themselves and ask from them, okay, the interns that they get in every year, from what fields are these interns coming from? Then you can now correlate the results from the engineering companies to, you now cannot correlate it together with, the number of engineers that are sent to various fields. That way you can make a very conclusive, statement as regards that. It's such a very insightful study, but I think moving forward, you can also look at the various engineering companies where these graduates are posted, just to have a feel of from what fields are these engineers coming from.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We will look into that, sir. It's well noted, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Prof. Okay. Any other question, please? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Adelaku, thank you very much. So
Okay,
can we have the
welcome.
next presenter? Can we have number 131? Abstract number 131.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Please feel free to share your slide.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Can you see
Oh,
it,
that's
sir?
fine. Yeah, I can. You can go ahead now. Remember, your time is just 7 minutes. Please,
okay.
You can start. Okay.
Can you see me, sir?
Yes,
Can
I
you see
can.
my slide?
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yes.
My name is Omoyemi Orioke Olabisi, and I'm presenting a paper on the state of medical imaging and computer vision in stroke diagnosis and management in Nigeria. And my co-authors are Dr. Adebayo Alaka and Professor Benjamin Aribisala. Background now. Stroke occurs when blood flow to an area in the brain is cut off due to the inability to receive the required oxygen or nutrients, causing this brain to die. And if stroke is not detected or treated early, this can lead to death or cause permanent damage to the brain. And the emergence of various medical imaging technologies like computed tomography, magnetic resonance imaging, post-strain emission tomography, SPECT, and the likes has contributed positively towards visualization and diagnosis of patients that are having strokes. Computer vision technologies have been adopted in diagnosis of stroke in the developed world, but the level of adoption in Nigeria is unknown. These are some of the images by this medical imaging technology. We can see that of the CT, computed tomography, that of MRI, the PET, and SPECT. The aim of this study is actually to assess the state of medical imaging and computer vision technology for stroke diagnosis and management in Nigeria. Materials and methods. Google Scholar was searched with emphasis on studies on stroke, and we use the term stroke diagnosis, medical imaging, and Nigeria. Titles and abstracts were screened using inclusion and exclusion criteria, and articles that met and are relevant were downloaded and reviewed. This is the systematic review results using Prisma flow diagram. From the search, we have 10,800 articles, out of which 3,130 relevant study met the inclusion criteria. After further screening, we have 2,328 articles that were excluded after the screening. And out of the included one were 802 articles. 257 out of these used machine learning in their study. And out of the ones that use machine learning, we have, using the exact phrase in the session, we have 40 that use soft computing. We have 179 that use artificial intelligence. We have 79 that use deep learning approach. We have 73 that use genetic algorithm, and only 3 use computational technique. We also have, out of these 257, 80 used computer tomography with machine learning technique. 60 out of these used MRI technique and MRI imaging, Then 38 used both CT and MRI. From all the ones that we screened, 74 articles were included in this study. These are the computational showed in this way. When searching for this, we have those studies that use 257 that we screened out. When we combine the exact phrase of machine learning and artificial intelligence, we have 179 articles. With deep learning, we just have 79, like I've mentioned. Genetic algorithm, we have 73. Artificial neural network, we have 171. And soft computing, we have 40 articles. These are the summary of the computational techniques. When combined the exact rate for all of these approaches, we have 10 that combine all of them together, while we have 18 with machine learning, artificial intelligence, and soft computing. And we have 33 with just machine learning and soft computing as displayed in this diagram. And we notice that in most of the states in Nigeria, we have only 14 states. That's approximately 39% that have conducted research on stroke using medical imaging analysis and computer vision technology. Also, we have just few studies that uses MRM machine learning techniques. And the state of medical imaging, as is required by the consultant, medical consultant and radiologist in being able to diagnose stroke and manage it in Nigeria, the study is below average and more research efforts are required in this field. Thank you for listening. Hello?
Thank you for your presentation. Mrs. Orioke Omoyemi Olabisi,
Yes, sir.
thank you for coming. And it's now time for questions. Please signify by raising up your hand. Any hand? None. It seems the listener are okay with your presentation. So I want to thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you, Mrs. Orioke Omoyemi. Thank you. Okay. Next to present to us is abstract number 132 to be delivered by Mr. Olawole Oluwasegun David. Do we have Mr. Olawole Oluwasegun David? Mr. Olawole Oluwasegun David. Oh, I think he's having some challenges with his network. However, while he's trying his best, do we have abstract number 138, Miss Oluwayemisi Nyaku?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Please, you are having abstract number 138. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please feel free to share your slide.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, good afternoon. Your time starts now. Remember, you have 7 minutes for your presentation. Your time starts now.
Oh God, my password.
Please, we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. So sorry about that. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. Um, Please give me some. I'm trying to clear up the narration. Okay, is everybody seeing my slide?
No,
Are you seeing the slide now?
the slide is not showing, please.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, can we
Okay.
see if you can? Okay, okay,
All right, sir.
fine. Okay, go to presentation mode. All right, that's fine.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be speaking on
Yeah,
the
good
topic
afternoon.
improvement on webometric ranking system. What is university ranking? University ranking is the listing of an institution in an ascending or descending order according to their performance after satisfying a carefully selected criteria. Ranking, however, creates a pictorial representation of the institution's capability and strength, which enables stakeholders to be able to make decisive decisions based on issue of interest to them. In Nigeria, we have many ranking systems which are being acknowledged. But on today's research, we'll be working on webometric ranking system. What is webometric ranking system? It's a system that takes into consideration the volume of web content and how visible the institution is on the web. It's a system that uses only web-based criteria. Our problem statement goes thus. Webometric criteria is not broad enough to evaluate the research performance and breakthrough accomplished by universities. The aim of this research is to improve the webometric ranking of Nigeria university that emphasizes on research publication and web visibility. The objective of this research is to identify an additional criteria that can be used to quantitatively evaluate the performance of an institution, then systematically determine a new weight for the new criteria and use those criteria to rank Nigerian universities. A literature review. In 1993, the Times newspaper published the first leg table known as Good University Guide. This serves as the foundation for other ranking systems which are accepted globally as we know today. Ranking systems such as the Academic Ranking of World Universities, the Center of World University Ranking System, Times Higher Education, Webometric, and above, among others. In 2008, Agola and his colleague were able to analyze the importance of webometric ranking system and propose a procedure which is used to motivate academic community to embrace web publication behaviors. Then in 2014, Mahaz was able to propose a qualitative approach in ranking universities. The categories of ranking metrics that we're able to discover. We analyzed 6 different ranking systems, but we selected these 3 ranking systems, which are webometric, Times Higher, and Center for World University Ranking System. The table shows the various metrics used by this system and the weight assigned to them. And system uses 4 criteria from the existing system and 1 criteria. The new criteria is patent. Why do we select patent? Patent is important because it gives the university a edge and leverage over the invention which they are able to discover from their research. Patent can be owned by a university for a maximum of 20 years. So that shows the importance of patents. The table above shows how the 5 criteria we'll be using in our system, and we'll be able to create a methodology that emphasizes the importance of research and web visibility. Our research methodology. We extracted accredited Nigerian university from the NUC portal. Then we crawled out our data using commercial engines such as Google, Google Scholar, Google Patents through a process known as web crawling approach. And we cleaned the data and Okay, so now this is the system architecture. It's divided into 3. We have the extraction stage, we have the analysis stage, then we have the display stage. Each of these stages enables us to be able to rank each university accordingly. In our results, we're able to get the top 5 universities, and we have University of Ibadan, University of Nigeria, Covenant University, Ahmadu Bello University, and University of Lagos. University of Ibadan was able to top the list because it has a high level of involvement in research and patent acquisition for each of its inventions. In conclusion, our proposed system is able to give an objective result in evaluating Nigeria University. This reveals the strength and level of productive research carried out by researchers. These are references, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mrs. Nyaku, for your presentation. The listeners will indicate interest if they have any question for you. Please signify by raising up your hand if you have any question for Mrs. Nyaku. Okay, Prof. Sir, you can go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you. My question is just straightforward, simple. The algorithm that you guys used in extracting this information, how applicable is this algorithm to other or similar kind of research looking at university rankings?
Okay, the algorithm that is used depends on the medium which is using depends on the medium where the data is to be extracted from. So we use in this research, we use page ranking algorithm. It's an algorithm that is implemented by Google, and Google uses that across all its platforms. So if a data is meant to be extracted from their data repository, that is the algorithm that will be implemented in extracting your data. Have I been able to answer your question, sir?
Yes, yeah, but I would like to know how representative is it? That's because I see you said it's based on Python. It's a Python program kind of algorithm.
Yes, Python is a program where you can easily modify it to suit whatever you want. It's a library.
Exactly.
Yes,
yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
It's a library
to modify, to edit, to suit other applications.
Yes, sir, it's modifiable and it's to suit whatever you want. You are the programmer, you should be able to modify. You are able to modify it to suit whatever you want, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So we have another hand here, Olakunle Olamide Faswan. Can you please go ahead?
Okay, good afternoon.
After which I will attend to Professor Aribisala. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Nice presentation. But
Thank
I think the topic of the presentation is improvement on webometrics. I was expecting to see some outlined improvements, suggested improvements to improve the webometric ranking in the tertiary institutions. And from the list of the criteria, you said patent is the additional one that is different from the others. I was thinking you explain a little bit how the value and the value patent had brought into ranking system that makes webometric better than the others and the improvement. Thank you.
Okay, sir. The reason why
You have a response to that? It's just an advice for you to take.
okay.
You don't need to defend anything. I
I'm
mean,
not okay.
you should have done that while presenting. Thank you, sir. Okay, Prof, sir.
Oh,
You
okay.
have the floor,
Thank
sir.
you. Okay, thank you very much. I was going to respond to the first question. What we try to do here, that is in the area of the algorithm used. Now, there are a couple of things in the algorithm. What Yemisi was referring to is actually the web crawling, which automatically gets information needed to do the computation of the rank or of the ranking. So most ranking systems like Times Higher, they do not use web crawling. So what they do is to send information, a form to institutions to complete.
Yeah.
And we know that Times Higher is good, but some of the information required are not easily obtainable. So, and on the webometric side, which they use, they get information from the web, but some of the criteria they used is what we improved on, as he mentioned, patent and other things. So the algorithm is not just using the existing one, but the automation part of it is the strength, because it can be computed automatically, which is not what most of the ranking system do. So thank you.
Thanks, Prof.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, so we can thank you, Miss Oluwayemisi Yaku.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for sharing your study. So can we just listen to Mr. Olawole Oluwasegun David?
Oh.
Mr. Olawole Oluwasegun David. Please, Ms. Oluwayemisi, you can stop sharing.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
please, I'm
thank
ready.
you.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
please share your slide.
I'm trying to share now.
Please, yes, we are waiting.
Okay, can you see this, please?
It's coming up. It's coming up.
Okay. Can you see, please? Still trying to come up.
Yes.
Sorry, not up yet.
Don't worry, we'll help you from this end. You can stop,
Okay,
we'll help you from this end.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank
All
you
right.
so
So
much.
so
Yes,
you call my
my-
attention. Hold on, please. You call my attention when you want to go to the next slide.
All right, sir.
Okay.
Yes, please. My name is Olawale Oluwasegun David. I'm here presenting the topic Review of Traditional and Modern Methods for Human Age Estimation, co-authored by Professor Aribisala. Next page, please. Thank you. Here I have the outline for presentation. Firstly, background. Second, predictive models and approaches. Third, aim and objectives. 4, materials and methods. 5, results. And lastly, conclusion. Next, please. Okay. Here I have for the background about human age precisely. Human age is an important information which is distinct from one person to another. Age is an important factor in instance of education, in general well-being, in retirement, and of course in mortality. Early researchers on developing predictive model, that is scientific method of ascertaining a particular person's age, have actually imbibed computational methods, as mathematical methods, and of course they started with computational methods, then generated into the use of machine learning, and then into neural networks, hybridization, and presently deep learning methods. And from researchers and studies reviewed, this study categorized these different methods of prediction of human age to traditional and modern methods. In that, traditional method can be said to be the use of machine learning and other computational methods and hybridization, while the modern age predictive models can be classified as neural networks and the use of deep learning methods. Demographic-based studies from different parts of the world on traditional modern predictive models show that there is sharp gap in percentage accuracy when you use traditional method and then when you use modern methods for developing predictive models to ascertain human age. Traditional methods from researches and papers reviewed shows that it has a limited ability unlike modern methods. Thank you. Now, talking on predictive model approaches, which of course we categorize into traditional and modern. Machine learning under traditional shows that it learns and predicts expected output from given input data. It equally learns from data in a supervised and unsupervised manner, while for the modern method, instance of deep learning feature extraction and classification of features of the face is fixed. Also, for deep learning, data make use of unsupervised prediction from hidden layer. Here I have a picture which depicts facial extraction from the face, and of course, which goes through classification and then prediction into values. Next, please. Thank you. Aim and objective of this research study is to compare the performance of traditional techniques and modern methods, as said earlier, in the use of or the estimation or prediction of age based on existing studies, which has been reviewed in this study. Objectives, therefore, are search for papers in Google Scholar, the refinement of this search to identify relevant topics, that is the ones that are relevant to the topic in question. And then lastly, systematic review of relevant papers using Prisma. Next, please. Materials and methods. Prisma guidelines was adopted in the review of papers on this topic. Also, Google Scholar was searched for resources using such terms as human age prediction, machine learning, neural networks, and deep learning. Also, title and abstracts of identified papers was screened. Next, inclusion and exclusion criteria was adopted and used to refine the search. Lastly, papers that satisfied inclusion criteria were downloaded and read and subsequently reviewed for the purpose of this study. The result, therefore, for this research study Out of 40 papers that met the inclusion criteria, 23 of them are from traditional techniques and 17 of those papers are from modern methods. Also, articles that was generated and met the inclusion criteria was observed from USA, Brazil, China, UK, Myanmar, and also others as indicated here. Also, out of total articles read, 27% are from China and the rest from other parts of the world, which means China, under this review, got the last review on this topic for prediction of human age. Analysis of predictive model. For the when we talk about the traditional method, average accuracy from papers reviewed shows traditional method have an average accuracy of 89.38%, while modern method have an average accuracy of 92.92%. And in conclusion, reviews of previous studies show application of modern methods for age estimation gives better results. Also, application of deep learning, which is a modern method of developing a predictive model, is an ongoing and, of course, a growing field of study. Also, paucity of related articles from Sub-Saharan Africa and Nigeria. And lastly, future study will consider application of deep learning methods in sync with face images data sets for human age prediction.
Okay. Are you done? Mr. Olawole?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you for sharing your studies with us. It's time, just hold on for possible questions, comments, or observations. Okay, so please, we are free to come up with our questions. Kindly do us by raising up your hands. If you have any comments, observations, we'll be glad to take. We don't have any hands up now. So we assume we are fine with the presenter. Okay. I want to thank you for listening. So, Mr. Olawole, you can stop sharing.
Thank you, sir. You shared for me, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, then. Thank you for coming.
My pleasure, sir.
Okay. So, do we have abstract number 134 to be presented by Dr. Onori Ogenakobo? Mr. Onori. Okay, we don't have Mr. Onori here. Can we take from Mr. Macaulay Oluropo Babafemi? Abstract 136.
Good afternoon, sir. Yeah, good afternoon, sir. I'm here, sir.
Okay, Mr. Macaulay. Okay, thank you for coming. Please feel free to share your slide.
Yes, sir. Please. May I request that you please help me to share, sir?
Okay. 136. You just have to share. We don't have your records here. We don't have your presentation slides here.
Wow.
Mr. Macaulay.
Yes.
We don't have your slides with us.
I need a few minutes to get myself together for that, sir.
Okay. While we are waiting for Mr. Macaulay to come up with a presentation, I have the Dean of Science here. All are welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, participants. So welcome to Lagos State University, Faculty of Science International Conference 2020. I'm sure some of you have presented, which I am looking at now. And I know that please do not go, because we have other people that we are still going to present, and we are going to really learn a lot from this conference, especially dealing with global challenges, not only COVID-19, but all other challenges that is common to every one of us, and the one that is different to every one of us in different aspects of life. And I hope that we are going to have a nice time. So the technical section continues tomorrow. And please let's come early. We have Thursday, we have Friday. Please let's come early so that we can finish early. Thank you for participating in the conference, and see you tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you, Dinma, for your support at all time. We appreciate your coming, and we take it from you that all of us will be here tomorrow to continue our session. Can we now have Mr. Macaulay, please? Or do we have Mr. Dr. Onori? Mr. Dr. Onori. Please, just some minutes before we get Mr. Macaulay. Mr. Macaulay.
He has not even joined with audio. He cannot. We can't hear
Okay,
him.
I think he's having some technical issues. We may schedule him again for tomorrow because the time is fast spent. This particular session is supposed to come to an end by 3 p.m. And this is 3:10. On behalf of the LOC, I want to thank all our distinguished professors, all our colleagues and presenters for coming to this session. We'll come to this room for physical session tomorrow. God be with us, and God bless every one of us for coming. I thank you, and I thank you. The time for tomorrow session will be by 10. where we have the plenary sessions. The first to be delivered by Professor Oyedeji from Water Sisu University, South Africa. The next session will be to be presented by Dr. O.O. Agbola from Covenant University. And our technical session will start by 11. I will run through that to 3 o'clock as we have done today. Once again, I must also let you know that by 1 o'clock tomorrow, we are going to have a plenary session to be delivered by Dr. P.K. Nayak from University of Waterloo, Canada. Also, we are going to have presentation by Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture. So please, we enjoy you to join us from 10 a.m. tomorrow till this time. Thank you. Thank you.